Welcome back, people, and welcome to the Yop Esports Champs. I am your host for the evening, Rambo FYI, and there's so much going on. So as always, grab a beverage, grab a popcorn or a bit of popcorn, sweet or salted, do let me know. You're probably wondering why I have an obsession with popcorn, but I will discuss that later on in today's broadcast. We have plenty coming your way, including a bit of a flashback at the workshops we've been up to, a ton of interviews and a load of guests, including some FIFA and NBA2K matchups. And there are a load of prizes to be won, including, hear me out, if you're not sick of hearing me by now say this, there's something wrong with you. Asda and Yop are giving away a PlayStation 5. Yes, a PlayStation. I don't even have one yet, and they're giving one away. A PlayStation 5. We also have a ton of giveaways that you'll see on the overlay hosted by Sportbuff. It's some incredible technology. All you have to do is engage with the questions and the polls, and you'll get a chance at winning a load more prizes. Shout out to all our prize providers, including HyperX, Overclockers, and NBA as well. And as I mentioned, there's going to be loads of guests. So you don't have to hear me all evening. And our first guest for the evening is London United founder Ollie. I'm hoping it's just you tonight because we had some company the other night. How you doing?
Evening. Yes, slightly flummoxed by my kids deciding to gate crash, and they found it quite hilarious. And my son thinks he's famous now and keeps Googling himself.
What is he Googling? His own name with broke into the stream?
Yes, like that. Anyway, excited to be back. Can't believe it's our third broadcast in the space of a week. The Yop Esports Champs been quite different for London United to do something like this, and I think we've got some learnings, but we've got some really great traction. And what we have done working with the Mayor's office and Yop and industry and academics is we've fused education and esports over the last few weeks. As an ambassador of London United, what we stand for. We're trying to make a difference in esports. We're trying to address social issues at the same time as give the grassroots gamers that path to pro, as well as with the content creators like yourself. But this campaign around fusing education and esports hasn't really been done before. And the support that we've had from academics across industry who've led workshops on public speaking and social media management and others that we'll talk about later. And then the industry support from FaZe Clan's TAS and Fnatic and Man City and Leyton Orient, traditional sports orgs and esports orgs has just been great. I mean, a big shout out has to go to the Conisbrough College in Lewisham. We engaged with the Young Mayor's office in Lewisham quite early on, as well as some other boroughs. And there was a class there that turned up to every single workshop. They made it part of their curriculum, and they're already asking what we can do going forward. So I know we're going to speak to Gary shortly from the Rio Ferdinand Foundation, another great outreach partner. But it's been great, and obviously this is the climax of the event now tonight with the 2K and FIFA finals.
Yeah. And I'm going to rewind a little bit, right back to the start, because obviously if somehow you're new here, you haven't watched either broadcasts, we have the man who can answer all the questions. As I've mentioned many, many times, and as I've mentioned to you personally as well, I'm very proud to be an ambassador for London United. But for you, what does London United stand for?
London United stands for esports and trying to do some good around it. So we call ourselves the esports org for social change. When we meet brands and investors, we talk about uniting with social responsibility. But for the community, we want to be an organization in esports and gaming that cares about issues that they care about. We know there's so much going on in the world at the moment, but we know that the gaming community does care about these issues. So we can address those issues in a unique way, but also give the gaming community that opportunity and accessibility that they may not have had beforehand. There's a lot of stories coming out on social media around players and orgs at the moment. We want to do things in the right way. We want to try and nurture, develop, and educate those players and give them a path to pro. But at the same time, we are looking at the premium rosters. We've got the FIFA guys now in the Club World Cup. We've got Team UK, and hopefully we can see them develop, but we are looking at premium rosters at the same time. So we're looking to address social issues using gaming and esports. That stigma attached to gaming just isn't there anymore, and we want to try and make a difference.
Yeah, and something I've actually not asked you before is on the brand side of things. So obviously we had loads of brands getting involved, as you've mentioned, a load of the names, and we're going to speak to a load of them people today as well. But from your perspective, getting brands on board for something like this, because it is different, it's brand new, it's different, and we actually do care. We are actually trying to do our bit. What's that been like for you on that side of things?
I like the fact that you said brand new. Obviously, no pun intended. Look, if we talk commercially, everybody knows it's a challenge. The marketplace is very different to what it was pre-COVID. Everyone is scrapping for the same dollars, so you've got to stand out from the crowd, and I think that that's what we can do. And Yop are owned by General Mills. They own Haagen-Dazs, so you're one of the biggest FMCG brands in the world. They've never been in esports before in this country, so to bring them in is a great statement of intent. And the giveaways that they're doing through ASDA with the PS5 and how they're trying to engage on a wider basis. I know you've had your Yop. Is just fantastic. So great endorsement.
Yeah, you've had your Yop. I'm pretty sure that's not their slogan, but there might be a new one right there for you if you're watching the guys at Yop. Ollie, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much. As always, I'm sure we're going to catch up at some point later on in the stream. And is it you that's got a cough, or like is that someone else in my ear? He's left us. There's definitely someone who's got a cough because I can hear it in my ears, and if you can hear it, then whoever it is, grab yourself a Yop. Fix your cough. Once there's slogans flying around everywhere. Up next, we're going to be joined by Gary, who is from the Rio Ferdinand Foundation, who took part in the public speaking Yop Esports champs, Yop Esports workshops. Losing track of my this person coughing in my ears is putting me off. I'm hoping Gary's there. Gary, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh yes. I thought we were going to be some early tech issues. How are you doing, Gary? How's your evening going?
Yeah, very, very good. Thanks. Very, very good. Looking forward to see how this all pans out. How about yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. I'm going to be in this hot seat for the next 3 or 4 hours. I wanted to immediately ask you, of course, for everything you guys are doing is incredible, by the way. But I wanted to ask you, what made you want to come on board with what we're doing at London United?
Okay, Rio Ferdinand Foundation, we've always been around working with young people through whatever means really motivates them. So that could be sport, that could be photography, film, music, and obviously the gaming sort of community more and more is getting bigger and bigger, and more young people are getting into gaming, not just as something to do in their spare time, but we're finding more and more young people are looking at careers and potential opportunities within gaming. And probably that's been even more the case over the pandemic with people being stuck at home and more interaction happening online. So when Ollie got in touch with us and said, look, is it something you'd be interested in? The opportunity to blend sort of what is a fun pastime with some education and some motivation for careers, it sits very much with what the Rio Ferdinand Foundation is doing. And given that two of the boroughs that are taking part in the tournament in Lewisham and Lambeth are boroughs that we have a lot of work going on in, it made sense for us.
Yeah, and of course, being the CEO of the Rio Ferdinand Foundation, you guys have done a lot already. And I was very interested when I spoke to Ollie about you guys coming on board for something like this. How do you see esports going forward? So as we've spoken so many times on broadcast, and you'll see online as well, esports is developing in such a way that things like this will become more common.
Yeah, I mean, just since we've been involved with you guys, actually, we've had more and more people from within the sort of the broader esports industry, I guess, getting in touch with us to talk about how they might be able to work with some of the young people that we work with up and down the country. Look, I think anyone who watches the news knows how big esports is getting. You're seeing some major investments. For instance, David Beckham's gotten involved, as we've seen recently. Industry grows, more and more people are going to be required to work in it, and not just as gamers, obviously, but across the whole thing. Around design, social media, that opens up a huge amount of opportunities for young people. But it's a pretty non-traditional route at the moment. So I can just see it getting bigger and bigger. But I think what will happen with the universities and everyone else is we'll start to see some very clear pathways as to how young people can get employment in that space. And that's the bit that really kind of resonates with the Rio Ferdinand Foundation. Our role is about providing opportunities and supporting young people to reach their potential. So anything like this is a great fit. And I think that it's probably one of the biggest growth areas in sport, and probably one of the biggest growth areas in the economy that we're at the moment, certainly around youth culture anyway.
Yeah, and I imagine the response when you speak to young people about getting into employment. I remember when I was a kid, employment was like maths teacher or whatever else. And now esports, everybody plays video games. I don't know anyone who doesn't play video games. I imagine the response is very much so. I would love to be involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, look, you're talking about anything in that popular culture piece, you know. So whether that be mainstream sports, the whole arts, media, sort of digital technology space, and gaming, it's all stuff that's kind of, it's very much here and now. It's things that motivate young people, and once they start to realise the range of jobs that are in there, rather because you're right, it's a lot different than sitting down in front of a maths teacher telling you that if you go to do your A levels and you go to college, you might be able to get a job in the civil service, which doesn't quite have the same attraction. Whereas if you start talking to somebody, and you've got something like sports and gaming to sort of start the conversation. As you know yourself, there's roles in there that are very, very technical. There's the social media stuff, and they're exciting. So yeah, you're definitely going to get more attention and I guess more traction with young people when you can offer careers in an industry that they really want to be involved in.
Yeah, fab. Gary, I'll let you go. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for being involved with the London United and everything we're doing as well. You guys are doing an amazing job, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to work together and continue to push esports and like this and the young people and get employment in there as well. Thank you so much for popping by. Right, it is time for the workshop sizzle, which I enjoyed a lot last time. So do enjoy, and of course, I'm going to remind you again. PlayStation 5 via Yop. Get in the chat, and I want to see two things. Just drop in there. Do you want to win a PlayStation 5? Let's just have yeses in there. Just loads of yeses, no nos. Let's roll that sizzle.
Hello everyone, my name is Billy Abbott.
My name's Luke. I'm the media manager at Leyton Orient Football Club.
Hi guys, I'm Abby. I'm one of the social media producers and the presenter at Man City.
Great task, good to have you here. I'm going to ask you something straight off the bat, nice and easy. How do you feel about Arsenal's current form?
We're really going there. No hello, no nothing. Straight to Arsenal.
I'm messing. I
was ready to hit you with like a 7-paragraph answer there.
I want your project to look way better than anything I showcased to you today.
If you're passionate about something, it doesn't matter if you don't know what aspect. Just go and show someone that you want to get into this space.
Important that with online communities, you do ask for that feedback.
There are lots of people with big opinions that want to express them. So maybe run a talk show, create some kind of content, whether it's fun memes or more in-depth serious stuff. There is an audience for it.
The personality is really important for us, and having a personality behind it and speaking to them directly. Somebody is holding their phone and they feel like the club is directly talking to them, and I think that's something that you guys can easily try.
On that journey, don't be afraid to kick in doors, right? I get emails every single day from people that have zero background in esports or in the field that they want to work in.
Work that you're doing, work that you can feel proud of, and make sure that you see all the possibilities.
Whatever you're doing, and I think the reason why this tip goes above everything is regardless of what sector you're in, consistency.
Healthy body, healthy mind, they say, and they are really important, especially here at London United. We know that's part of the values, and it's part of the values I stand for as well.
Like I said, love the sizzle. Welcome back. Really good chat to Ollie and Gary as well. It's just incredible what the guys over at the Rio Ferdinand Foundation are doing. And also, Ollie's just a great guy to chat to all the time. Although I am a little bit disappointed we didn't have an intervention from one of his kids, because that would have just made it great. I don't know if you've seen on social media, if you would have seen if you follow London United across social channels. So go and do that. You can get the link in the chat as well. And as I mentioned, stay locked in to everything you see on screen. All the overlays, the Sportbuff overlays, are a chance for you to get your hands on a ton of prizes. And as I mentioned, if you missed the start of the stream, I see a ton of you just hopped in. I'm just looking at the numbers here. 2,500 plus of you are in here right now, and there are plenty of giveaways. There are plenty of FIFA matches to come. There's plenty of NBA to come as well. There's a load of casters as well, and the links have just been dropped in the chat as well. So go and check us out on YouTube. Go and get involved in the giveaway as well. Time for us to take a quick Twitch ad break.
Yop, a snack you can drink. Supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.
Welcome back, people. As I always say, I don't know why I have an obsession with beverages and your snack choices, but it's just a thing that I like to find out, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I've got John and Shauna joining us, our casters, and I'm going to ask both of you the exact same question. John, what's your choice of beverage and snack while you're broadcasting or while you're watching a stream?
When I'm broadcasting, it's O.
It's an O? We've lost him. It's an O is apparently some sort of food or drink that I don't know a great deal about. Shauna, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Great stuff. Shauna, what's your choice of beverage?
Well, I try and keep it healthy with water. I might spice it up, put a bit of Vimto in. I'm not too sure, but yeah, it's definitely water. And I don't know about snack. Like it varies every day. It's whatever's in the fridge or whatever's in the cupboard.
You went when you said spice it up. I thought you were going to say like I go for a bit of cranberry juice, Vimto, Vimto, the spicy drink.
Yeah, I'll put a bit of Vimto in. Definitely.
What snack choice have you gone for today?
I don't have any snacks. Like I don't know. I don't know. I don't snack while I'm doing this, or else I just have to end it and just sit down and watch TV. You know.
I mean, you should know, but this is the third time we're doing this, and I think the previous two times I don't think I've asked you about snack choices. But today I was like, I'm hell bent on finding out what snacks you like, and this is a load of waffle, but it is very much so needed waffle whilst we wait for John to come back. I have one more question for you. Sounds to me like you're this type of person who likes pineapple on pizza.
I do.
See?
Yeah, I actually do. I actually do.
There you go.
And
I
sweet
know my
corn.
food people. Yeah, sweet. Who's against sweet corn on a pizza? What's wrong with you if you don't like sweet corn?
Americans don't like sweet corn on pizza. They don't get it.
I mean, if you like pineapple on a pizza, but you don't like sweet corn on a pizza, something's going on there. Something's definitely going on. To the chat, very quickly, pineapple on pizza, yes or no? If you all say yes, I will not be returning after John and Sean have done their bit. I'm not having it. You can't be doing pineapple on pizza. More to the thief. Obviously, you've commentated now twice, and I know when John comes on, you're going to say, I don't know why I get nervous. Are you feeling nervous today?
I'm always nervous. If I'm not nervous, there's something wrong with me. So I feel like it's good to be nervous though, because I don't know. I just feel like it's good.
Can you guys hear? Oh, we can hear John. John's back.
I'm here. I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Hi, how are you? Sorry to cut you off. I've got no idea what's happened. Sorry. My mic's not muted. My sound just completely bugged and cut out. I apologize. But hi, how are we?
Very, very well. Just before I go, you're going to get the final call of this, John. Is it pineapple on pizza or is it not? It is. Did you say yeah?
No, I mean, I put it's not my go-to, but I'm not against it. Like everyone, whatever floats your boat, in my opinion. But I'm more of like a barbecue-based chicken kind of guy. To be fair, like that's kind of my go-to, I guess. I don't know. I'm down for anything though. It's whatever,
Sean, I'm leaving it to you. Go enjoy your pineapple on pizzas. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yes, thank you very much, Rambo. First off, I do apologize, guys at home, for my sound cutting out. As a streamer and full-time professional in this, I should have known what to do. But sometimes with esports, you guys will know as soon as you hit the go live button, everything will go wrong. But Shauna, how are you today? I hope you're well. I heard a little bit of the conversation was going on there. The call that we were in was lagging a little bit, but I believe Rambo asked you if you're feeling nervous today. I didn't get to quite hear the answer. Are you feeling nervous today? This is your third time doing it. You're practically a professional now.
Yeah, but I just feel like it's good to be nervous. If I'm not nervous, there's something obviously wrong with me. So, yeah, nervous because, you always want to do your best. So, I think that's good.
Yeah, and to kick things off today, guys, we have got France versus France again, Shauna. We expected these two teams to show up in the semis and the finals, and it does not expect me. I'm not surprised, should I say, rather, that we've seen it off the get-go. And as I say that, Mbappe with the ball roll tries to find the bottom right-hand corner, but it's going to be Hernandez who puts his foot in just at the nick of time to get things away. But, I want to see very much similar to what we saw yesterday, Shauna, in terms of the competitive gameplay, not yesterday, sorry, but in the second semi-final, because it was such more enjoyable to watch. And yourself, as a competitor, as well as, a viewer, do you prefer to watch those tight games or those more open games where it's just goal fests?
Definitely tight games, because like I heard you say previously, there's more to analyze, there's more to really talk about, and kind of use your brain a little bit to see how you can break down an opponent. So yeah, most definitely the tighter games are my favorite to watch, other than the easier ones.
And guys, if you are at home watching, if you're on the front page, do not forget to click our channel and come over and join the stream chat. And if you guys are in the stream chat already, don't forget to take part in our Sport Buff overlay and integration that we've got running with Sport Buff through the Twitch live stream. You can win lots of cool prizes by simply just putting in an answer from the poll that we put on the screen for you guys. It'll be, is there going to be more than 3 goals? Is there going to be a red card in this game? And those simple things right there. Click yes, click no, answer the question, and then you can find some awesome prizes and potentially win some yourself. And it's a great integration, so, definitely go ahead and get yourself involved. There's already 15 minutes in, and I would say, Shauna, this is probably the closest we've seen a game of FIFA thus far over throughout the qualifiers. There's always been somewhat of an early goal within the first 5 or 10 minutes, and both teams yet to find the breakthrough here, as it is going to be Anthony Martial for the away side of France, twisting and turning, a few ball rolls coming into play, and it is going to be Hernandez who tries to nip in, but does give the free kick away. And free kicks this year, Sean, are you a fan of them? Are they meta this year? Is there any tips and tricks you can give the viewers at home to hit a good free kick, or is there a certain set piece that you might actually like to use?
Oh, we just got a goal there by Mbappe. The away team are winning 1-0. It was actually a really great goal. So I suppose that set piece kind of helped him score. So in a set piece, I would always aim for the goal and maybe a knuckleball type technique. But if it's from like where the away team just had theirs, I'd just like cross it into the box or do a short pass. What about you?
Yeah, I'm always a fan of free kicks. I don't mind taking a shot. I do feel the knuckleballs, if you can hit them right, they're very, very hard for the keepers to get a hand to, because the majority of the time, if you can hit them perfectly and get a fantastically timed free kick, it's going to hit the back of the net 9 times out of 10. But sometimes I'm a person that I like to play possessional football, and I like to play, try to take the hardest route sometimes, because if you have a free kick on the edge of the 18-yard box, people are going to think this guy's going to shoot. And I know one content creator in particular last year, for example, was Bateson, who did the whole set piece where the initial kick taker run over the ball and then that player would play the through ball to him. I like to do little things and stuff like that, because it throws the opponent off a little bit for the later stages of the game, because they then have to track that runner, and it gives you different gaps to play through as well later on in the game. And that's just personally the way I like to play. But as I say, that Ben Yedder is through on goal. He finds Mbappe with the through ball. And what you saw there, guys at home, and Sean, I'm not sure if you saw it, but that was the goalkeeper movement from the away side of France. It looked for a second that Mbappe was going to go ahead and smash the ball to the bottom left. But, you know, these are two very good FIFA players. They wouldn't be in the semi-finals if they wasn't. He elected that, okay, let's go near post, because it is very infamous in FIFA to shoot at the near post. He does that. He drags the keeper closer to the near post, and that allows, you know, Hugo Lloris to pretty much catch the shot from Mbappe. And as I say that, Ben Yedder has a snapshot that's blocked at the hands of Rafa Varane. And I just want to talk a little bit about esports as well, Shauna, today. I mean, yourself, you said you've been a streamer full-time since 2019, if I'm correct. You said that, 2018?
2019, it was like mid-2019.
And since then, how would you say that you've seen esports grow, or being a professional content creator? Because I know myself, since like I've done this since 2017 maybe, and as I say that, sorry, Mbappe's through on goal, the ball roll does come through the finish, but he just strayed offside. And I mean, myself, I first started doing this in 2017, 2016, but I've been a professional doing it now since 2018. And anytime, you know, like I asked my little brother, what does he want to be when he's older? He's like, I want to be just like you, I want to be a professional video game player. And I'm just like, I feel like every kid you ask that question to now, that's their default answer. They're like, I want to be the new member of the Sidemen, or something like that, you know, something crazy like that. And that's the go-to job right now. How would you say that being an influencer or a content creator or an esports professional has changed in the industry over the past few years?
Well, like from last year, you know what's crazy is, even though you love what you do and it is what it is, sometimes you kind of feel reluctant to tell people what you do because they just don't get it. And I feel like the last 6 months, it's really like gone onto like the big screen. So now when you say it, people get it more. And I've known that with loads of my friends, like we are very reluctant to tell people what we do, especially to like the older generation and stuff like that. But now, like, it's so much in the media, and it's coming across as such a great career. Like, it's just, yeah, it's grown so much, and I'm right now I'm proud to do what I do. So that's always a good thing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you made a good point in terms of like mentioning what you do to your friends as well. Like, I mean, I've just recently moved back to my childhood home and property after living at a different property for multiple years. And I saw one of my friend's dads that I hadn't seen in about 6 or 7 years, you know, since I was younger. And he's like, what do you do now? And I'm like, I play video games. He's like, no, yeah, but what do you do as a job, not as a hobby? And I said, you know, I'm a professional video game player. As we see Mbappe put the ball into the back of the net to level things up here between both French sides. And he was like, no, like, that's your job. And I was like, yeah, I play professional video games. He's like, if you was my son, I would have beat you and told you to get a proper job, or something crazy like that. And I'm like, yeah, but dude, I'm like, dude, I can live off of it, you know. It's my hobby. I love doing it, and I'm really proud of the journey that I've gone on, and especially a lot of my friends have gone on as well within the community. But it's been a very tight first half here, Shauna, in the first game of the first semi-finals. Just so you guys know, we have got Zoa, who is playing for the home team of France, and we have got Big Stuff, who we actually saw in our final game of Wednesday's qualifiers, Sean, playing as the away side. So these are two very good players. Big Stuff is a 30-0 player. Do you believe he was verified as well last season? So, you know, two very good players here going up against each other, and a very tight game. Evenly based possession, chances created are very even as well. Going into the second half, when you're in an evenly tight game, Shauna, what's sort of your go-to? You know, is there anything you look to do in particular? I mean, one of these teams have got to get a scruff hold of the ball. You know, if I'm one of these teams here, you know, I try to dominate the ball in the midfield a little bit more. I try to keep the ball slightly better, try and work those gaps, try not to force too many things like there. For example, Ben Yedder tries to force the ball roll or tries to force the gap, and he gets intercepted, and now the away side has the ball. What would you be telling these players if you were sort of coaching them, for example, or if you was playing yourself? What would you be telling yourself right now?
Honestly, don't lose possession, because as soon as you lose possession, you never know what's going to happen, especially in this FIFA21. So yeah, I just tell them not to lose the ball to stupid situations, and just keep a hold of it and really guide the game themselves and see if they can break through the defense and get a goal to take the lead. But yeah, like, just don't give up the ball for no stupid reason, honestly, because I do that a lot, and that is why I lose a lot.
And I think that just comes down to one point that I think you made, or it might have actually been Adam who made it, and you agreed with him in terms of, you know, composure at the highest level, but fantastic composure from Mbappe there as you saw the scoop turn into the ball roll, but luckily for France, Hernandez is there at the nick of time. I'm not too sure if that was shades of a back pass there. I think it was more Hugo Lloris kicking the ball into Hernandez by accident, and luckily for the French goalkeeper, it bobbled straight back into his hands. And we mentioned how important composure is at the top level, you know, Sean. You know, being able to not overthink things, keep the ball, you know, work the angles, and no matter how frustrating it might be to want to make that pass or take that shot, knowing the right time to do so. And I think that's what you're seeing here. That's why it's such an early game, or such an even game, early on in the second half. And it's all going to be about when one of these teams decide to, you know, maybe go either ultra attacking or put a slightly further attacking formation and, you know, send one of their midfielders further forward in opposed to sitting back on attack. That's when we're going to start to see the gaps in this game really form, and we're going to see which team can take advantage of it. And as I say that, Kante with the ball at his feet now, just trying to, you know, work the gaps for Pogba. Pogba threads a fantastic pass through to Ben Yedder, a slightly heavy touch, and that allows Ferland Mendy to intercept. And sure, it is the weekend. How are you doing on Weekend League at the moment? Are you playing this weekend?
Yeah, I am. I play every weekend. But I just don't want to talk about it. No, honestly, I am 5-5. Like I said, composure and maybe not letting rage get the best of you, because that's what I do, and I just carry on going where I should start. But yeah, I'm 5-5. Normally on a Sunday I pull it back. I don't lose on a Sunday for some reason, but that's because I'm relaxed then and I don't have expectations to do well. So yeah, it's not going too well. What about you?
I mean, I've actually not played a single game of Weekend League this week. Yesterday I was at my friend's house after finished streaming. You know, they're moving property, so I was helping them pack some bags and moving property. Today I was actually at the Arsenal academy training ground all day. My little cousin is currently playing for them. It absolutely chucked it down with rain, so I was frozen wet through. And I've not had any time. And tomorrow, obviously, Tottenham's on, so I'm going to be making my YouTube videos for my content and stuff, as well as trying to spend some time with my family before we go into these new, you know, lockdown regulations over Christmas. So unfortunately, I'm missing out on yet another Weekend League. And how many Weekend Leagues are we in now? I think we're like, what, 8 or 9 Weekend Leagues in, and I've yet to play a single Weekend League in FIFA 21. So hopefully, I think next weekend is going to be the weekend I finally get around to playing a Weekend League. And I can hope that I have a slightly better start than some players have had this weekend. And there was actually one player, I think, I can't remember how you pronounce his name, but he was 280-0 in the Weekend League. Do you know who I'm talking about, Shauna?
Yes, I do. Ander,
that's it. And he actually lost. He lost today. He lost in penalty.
It wasn't on Foot Champs actually. I think it was a tournament, but it wasn't Foot Champs. I know people are saying.
Was it? I only saw the clip on Twitter, and I was watching on my mobile, so I couldn't really see whether or not it said Foot Champs game at the top. But like, how mad would you be if you lost like a 280 win streak on Weekend League? Like, I think I would be madder at that than I would be like just losing a normal game on like. Than losing a grand final, for example, or actually maybe not a grand final, because that's quite a big deal. But like, you know, 280-0, like that just shows how talented these players are these days in FIFA, and it just makes me feel even worse at the game. There's a reason why I play pro clubs the majority of the year. He's 14 as well. Yeah, I know. It's actually crazy. Like, I mean, you know, I can't wait to see how he performs in tournaments, for example. I think he's still underage for tournaments. I think the competitive FIFA tournament age cap is 16, if I'm correct, with a consent form from your legal guardian. So it is very unfortunate that he can't compete in any EA official events, but we'll have to wait and see how he performs over this year going into next year. Hopefully he can turn 16 at the right time to play towards the later stages of the year. But yeah, man, he's a great player, as we do see the ball now at the feet of Pogba. And speaking of two great players, we've got a very evenly matched two players here. We've got Zoe playing as the home team of France. We've got Big Stuff playing as the away side. Ball now into the feet of Griezmann. Griezmann is intercepted by Lenglet, however, and now it's going to be the away side of France. You could potentially go forward down the left-hand side if they can spring the ball out wide to Kingsley Coman. They do just that. The ball roll comes in. Pogba into Griezmann. Griezmann now, can he shift the ball out wide to the right-hand side? It looks like Martial is trying to make that run, but the ball Not a good one. Martial does recover the possession. However, Griezmann into Pogba. Pogba, the ball roll on towards Mbappe. Can Mbappe turn? Fantastic challenge there. I think that was Hernandez at the last minute to just nick the ball away from the feet of Mbappe. And how many times have we seen over this past tournament, Sean, that Mbappe tried to make those runs in behind?
Mbappe is so dangerous, like so dangerous. I literally just got him for my weekend league, and it's the best choice I ever made. It's the best 1 million coins I ever spent, let me tell you. Yeah, he's super dangerous. He's just one of those cards on FIFA where you just can't hold him no matter what you do.
Yeah, it's the fact that, you know, he's got the weak foot ability, he's got the skill move ability, he's so fast as well. His finishing's great, you know. He's probably one of those cards that you could put up there with as good as like the icon cards. You know, just the standard base cards that are as good as the icons. I think probably Neymar's up there as well because of the R1 dribbling this year. And I mean, let's actually talk about icons, you know, because we've just seen, I think it was a few days ago, where Prime Icons actually went and replaced their baby icons in packs. And out of all those Prime Icons, have you managed to grab yourself one, or have you played against one that's in particularly stands out to you?
Not really, you know. Normally I try icons out in draft, but I don't think they've juiced it like anytime. So as soon as I get wind of them juicing the draft, you know, for like icons and stuff, then I'll definitely have a go. But that is definitely not my price range, unless like I just wait for team of the year, you know, to put my points on, maybe get a couple of coins. So yeah, that's when I'll be looking to get icons. No time now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking from a standard default point of view, you're gonna have to look at getting the likes of the Prime Hullet, for example. I know a lot of people are looking at Cruyff again this year. You've got the likes of Maradona in there. Obviously, the bad thing about Maradona, he's only got the 3-star weak foot, I believe. He hasn't got quite the 4 or the 5-star weak foot. You've got obviously the likes of the Prime Ronaldinho in there as well. No doubt you're going to have the likes of a Vieira in there as well. You know, there's the standard icons that we see every single year are going to probably be a repetitive feature this year as well. And we are actually heading into a golden goal now, Shauna. We saw a very tight game, 1-1, and now this is where things even get more serious, because, you know, if you could see the goal in this golden goal, you're obviously out. You don't get a chance to go through to the final. The winner does advance through into the grand final. And we are going to see both teams going head-to-head here to try and find this golden goal. The home side kicking from left to right, the away side kicking from right to left. It's big stuff in the away strip, and it is Zoa in the home strip. And both teams reset to, you know, the max fitness as well. And Digne on the ball now. Fantastic footwork. Martial back to Digne. Digne finds Martial down the left-hand side. Is the ball going to get whipped into the box? No, he's going to do some fantastic footwork. A few cute step overs. He finds Mbappe. Mbappe trying to shuffle onto either foot and sends the shot all the way into row Z. Unfortunately for Mbappe, can't keep himself composed there and find the angles. Slightly mistiming the strike as well as the ball's played out to Lenglet. And if you was in a golden goal here, Shauna, how would you be approaching it, like personally?
See, this is where I don't know, honestly, because if I go all out attack, I'm going to be weak defensively. So this, like I said, this is a really good learning experience for me too, to see like top players and their tactics in certain situations. So yeah, this will be great to analyze and see what they actually do as two top players.
I'm just waiting for the one weekend, like an April Fool's weekend, where they make it like a golden goal in Foot Champs instead of like an extra time or a penalty shootout. That would be absolutely ridiculous. Mbappe now shifts the ball out wide to Koeman, but he's eased off the ball by Ferland Mendy. Mendy in towards Koeman. Koeman looks to play the ball inside to Kylian Mbappe. He does a fantastic 1-2 there as Mbappe gets on his bike, but Koeman elects to play the ball inside to Paul Pogba. Pogba now towards Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder, can he try and shift that onto either of his feet? Both feet definitely able to put the ball in from any distance, but it was intercepted by Pogba, who now shifts the ball out wide to Koeman. Trying to get Mbappe in behind. He has got the legs to beat Varane. However, can he ball roll it inside? He can, and slides the ball across the goal, and Ben Yedder slides in. Do you know what I think happened there? I think the home side of France was so terrified of putting in a tackle because of the quick feet from Mbappe to give away a potential penalty there. He tried to let the AI do the work, but obviously we know this year AI defending isn't as good at intercepting as it has been in previous years. And luckily for, I think it was Big Stuff who was using the away side, plays the ball across goals towards Ben Yedder. But Shauna, what a first game we saw there.
That was a really great game. I love those types of games. It's just, sometimes it's just a little nerve-wracking going into a golden goal. So, silly mistakes happen, and sometimes you are reluctant to do certain things like make a tackle in the box, like we just saw there. So yeah, those games are amazing to watch and amazing to see, honestly.
Yeah, we are going to have to wait and see how that plays out, as big stuff is going to advance through into the grand finals, as I do believe we have got a good friend of ours, Stingray, who's going to be competing in the next semi-final. I'm not too sure who he's playing against. I'm just going to quickly scroll up in this document that I have to see if we can get confirmation on who he's playing against. We'll find out, but do you know what? For now, guys, we're going to head to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back for semi-final number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Yop, a snack you can drink, supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.
Welcome back, people. Cracking little game of FIFA. I think people love France against France, don't they? Only one reason. Kylian Mbappe, the sport buff. I actually got involved. I'm going to confess. I actually got involved with this one. The overlay came up saying, is Mbappe the most OP player on FIFA? And I said no. So let me know what you said in the chat. Time to be joined by our third interview. Third one, two. Yep, there you go. I can do a bit of maths. It's Julian Alexander of the Uni of East London. One of my favourite people to chat to. This is the third time we're chatting, and this bromance just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Julian, how you doing?
Doing fantastic, Rambo. Good to see you again, my friend.
Good to see you too, man. Good to see you too. We, of course, we're talking because of the video production workshop that's taken place. And as I've asked you so many times, but video production is developing in such a way and is growing in such a way that must be so exciting for you.
Oh, dude, it's a blast, hands down. I was just hearing the other host as I was watching the last game, and they reminded me of something, man. They were talking about how there's some anxiety about telling people that gaming is their job. You know what I mean? And it just brought me back, dude. I started making films because I was making skate videos, bro. All of my friends were riding skateboards, and we were just doing it for fun. The fact is that my skateboarding didn't get any better, but my filmmaking improved. And then I realized that was just what I really loved. But it came from a place of passion and love, just like the gamers, And that's what I try to tell my students as well. If you love this, bro, you'll literally never work a day in your life, and that's the cliche of it, man. So whether or not there's the technical parts of filmmaking, there's all this stuff that filmmaking's just there's all this glamour around it. But deep down, if you love telling stories, that's just kind of what you'll do. When I came from making terrible skate videos to kind of doing what I'm doing now, and I don't know, that's what the University of East London's all about, man. It's just kind of cultivating passion. That's what UEL stands for.
Yeah, I love that. And, it's fascinating what you said, that you started at making skateboard videos. And I imagine back then the support for video production wasn't great because, for the video production workshop that you were involved in, we were supported by Gfinity, Blast, 1080 Media, 1080 Media TV, and ESL. Like them names just probably weren't involved when you first hopped into the scene.
Yo, not at all, man. It felt like a pipe dream when I first started doing this, and it took a long time. Man, I was just my support came from my circle, my parents, my family. They were the ones who supported me when I was making videos with action figures and you know, I think they're just happy that I like something, you know, and I could like spend time doing these things. And then it took, by the time I was about 17, 18 years old, was when I realized that, oh, holy smokes, this is actually possible. This just doesn't belong on red carpets and stuff like that. These same skills that I developed making skate videos, I can do. And that's why I went to film school. And these students that go to UEL are experiencing the same things.
Yeah, and I feel like students these days have so many opportunities across the field. But of course, in video production, like you mentioned, I think a lot of people these days will go, oh, video production, just pick a camera up. Like, I can't take pictures. That honestly used to be me not that long ago. I mean, I still can't take pictures. That hasn't changed, let me clarify. But now there's so many other avenues. So if I'm a student, say I'm considering coming to your uni, what would be the few things you would say to me if I was thinking, I fancy doing video production, but I can't actually hold a camera?
Okay, yeah. So first things first, I would introduce you. If you were a student coming to the University of East London, I would introduce you to the fact where filmmaking is not just about holding a camera. You know, when we think about storytelling, it comes down to the basis of this. This goes all the way back to Aristotle, my friend, all the way back to Greek mythology. You know, there's all these things that go into it, and it's such a collaborative art. Personally, with myself, I'm a director and a writer mainly, and you know, I might hop in front of the camera occasionally. I don't touch a camera, man. When I'm on set, I stay far away from that thing. You know, honestly, I'm scared if I touch the camera, the shot will be ruined completely. I have cinematographers for that. You know, so depending on what you want to do, literally with filmmaking, there's something for everybody. You know, and I get to collaborate with musicians. I get to literally just they study music for film. You know, that transitions also music for games. When we look at the credits of like video games and stuff, you know, they have like people like Roger Deakins, who's a Oscar award-winning cinematographer, doing the cinematography game design, you know, in the games. It's all connected, bro. And that's what I'm realizing now because, you know, again, like having a degree path where you can get a degree for like game design and like now VR, we're doing like immersive VR stuff. And like, so storytelling in film and the things that were created with like 3D animation and video games is now like at the forefront of education. And UEL is like now moving into that in these next coming years where they're trying to be at the forefront, immersive technology. All of a sudden, myself as a filmmaker and anybody who's doing video games can like really mesh and collaborate in a way that is totally brand new.
Yeah, so exciting. Genuinely. I was listening to that the whole way through and I was thinking, man, if I was 10 years younger, I'd be going to UEL. I want to get
you can start right now, Rambo. I'm telling you.
He's just getting a sign-up in. Getting a sign-up in. Julian, it's always a pleasure chatting to you. I'm going to let you intro the UEL video because it's only right because your passion literally shines through.
Oh, my man, thank you so much. So this is a promo for the University of East London created by one of our very own students. So go ahead, take a look. If you're considering a university, please consider the University of East London, but there's also many other universities that might fit, you know, your degree path. But if you're thinking film, you're thinking gaming, you're thinking music, you know, think about myself and think about the University of East London, my friends. Thank you so much, Rambo. Really appreciate you. And I'm so sad that I won't be able to see you more, man. But, you know, we'll end it here. I'll holler at you on Twitter. And here's the video.
Welcome back, people. Like I said to you, Julian is such a good person to listen to. We have another great person to listen to. Adam Ryan, the London United FIFA player, is hopefully going to join us very, very soon. I'm hoping he's here right now, actually. But I believe, Adam, is your dad waiting for a takeaway or something? That's what I've just been told. Oh, Adam's on mute. Adam, are you there? Is the takeaway stress really getting to you? Should I have started the conversation with something different? different type of icebreaker. I'm hoping Adam's going to join us any second now, so, as the takeaway chat can only last so long. Adam, are you still muted? I'm hopeful it's going to work. Well, I was just about to say, no tech issues until this point. This isn't on the tech team. This was on Adam. His pizza delivery, and him not fixing his mic up. I'm hoping in a sec he's going to go, I'm here. Otherwise, it's not a lot I can do here right now. Right, we'll wait for Adam to come back in case he's gone to get his takeaway. Let's have a look at this video, which tells you a little bit more about Adam Ryan.
Take many risky shots. I think it's safe to say all these goals are pretty much, I'd say 12 to 3 yards out.
Hi guys, I'm Josh, I'm 19 and I'm a professional FIFA player from Bangor in North Wales.
So my name's Adam Ryan, I'm 19 years old and I'm a FIFA player from Stirling in Scotland. I got into FIFA pretty much like everybody else, just from enjoying real football, and then in terms of competing, I saw myself getting better, and when you see those results it just kind of became an obsession.
The way I got into FIFA is I've always loved football and it made sense to integrate my love for football and gaming. In 2021 you can expect a lot more of this from me.
Plenty of FIFA left to be played in that game.
Oh, here we go, Jonesy again, looking for another goal. That's exactly what
I like playing darts. It's something I've started since lockdown. I'm not claiming to be good, I'm getting better, and I've hit my first 180, so...
Yeah, Adam, that's good, but can you do this?
I'm not going to lie, whoever chose that track is an absolute beat. Adam, are you there now?
I think so, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Dad's takeaway. I honestly thought I started the conversation with the wrong thing. I was actually...
You started it so well. My microphone light was on as well. I was really getting heated there. I don't know what was going on, but it seems to be working now. And yeah, I'm going to be getting a takeaway pretty soon. So my focus is all here though.
All right, good to hear. Good to hear. I'm not going to ask you what the takeaway is going to be because I think the production team are going to shout at me for talking about beverages and food a bit too much. Before I pass you over to John and Shauna, because you're going to be co-casting, I just want to very quickly ask you. You took part in the video production workshop. What was that? What was that like for you?
Well, although I did just have technical issues there, it has helped me a lot with things like that in terms of video editing and stuff, because I'm pretty new to having doing that kind of thing. And yeah, the advice, and it wasn't just from Julian, there were so many people there with experience in the industry and just soaking that in and trying to take their knowledge into, and it's helped me so much. I've been working on a few YouTube videos already, and it makes your life easier because you're not going in with no knowledge. So when you notice something like, oh, I should do what they said there, I'm struggling with my video and I'm like, what did they say? And if you remember the key points from them, it really helps, and you have little tips that make video editing so much easier.
Yeah, man. Fab to hear, fab to hear. Adam, I'm going to pass you over to Shauna and John, who I'm hoping are going to be there right now. And the second game of the second semi-final is about to take place. So over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rambo. I just got to say, thank you for doing such a great job as our delightful host. You've been smashing it all tournament long, should I say, over the past 2 weeks. But Adam, thank you for joining us. Again, it's always great to have, an insight from somewhat of a professional player's point of view who competes at the highest level. Yourself, what did you think of that first game? We saw your friend Big Stuff, I believe. He's a close friend of yours. You play with him quite often. In a very, very tight game, yet again, just edging it on the away goals and securing his spot in the final.
It was a really, really high-level game, and I wasn't surprised one bit that it went to golden goal. And I was also very surprised that Big Stuff actually came away with that one. He was messaging me afterwards and he said he's not had much sleep. He's not slept, I don't think. So he's not playing to his best level, and I think he was clearly outplayed, but I guess his experience shone through and he did manage to get that crucial goal to take the win.
Yeah, for a second it looked like, for a large majority of that game, it didn't like the home side Zoa was in cruise control at points, but luckily for Big Stuff, he does get himself back into this game, and we have now got Stingray taking on Owen here. Owen is playing in the home strip, Stingray in the away white strip. And if I'm correct, I saw a little bit of banter going down in the chat from you, Shauna, saying, Stingray, remember that time that I beat you? Was that last year or was that this year?
I think it was FIFA 19. I can remember it a little bit. I remember him just raging when I scored. But yeah, it was actually a really fun time. I think he let me win now. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you.
And Adam, one thing I want to talk to you about, probably not the thing that you'd probably want to talk about. You'd probably want to talk about if it was slightly more positive news, but the Club World Cup, of course. I do believe you guys lost your Club World Cup game and you've gone into Division 3, if I'm correct in saying that?
Yeah, you're correct in saying that.
So what's the plan? How do you bounce back from, a bit of a disappointing result like that? Have you spoke to like your sports psychologists, for example, the guys at London United? Is there any sort of plan going forward, to try and get yourself back up to the best of the best?
Well, to be honest, although I did lose my match, like I played a very, very good match. So like, although it was a loss, I've taken the positive from that, and yeah, I've not kind of looked back at it. I'm kind of just having a day off to like refresh my mind and stuff, and then tomorrow is when I'm going to properly start breaking that down. But yeah, it's not all negative because we're still in with a chance, and I always back myself, and I've got good faith in Jonesy as well. You can tell he's a great player just by the achievements he's had in the past, so I wouldn't count us out just yet, and there's so much still to be played for.
Yeah, and I love that, I mean, myself in particular, I can sometimes, go off the rails a little bit while playing FIFA, and I let one loss get to me. I mean, if my weekend league results sometimes aren't to show, my broken hand last year while playing Foot Champs is definitely a factor to show that that's true. But it's always great to have someone that can, take a break, analyze their gameplay, and come back in a few days' time and look where it went wrong and, restructure their performances going into the next tournament. Shauna, do you do that yourself while you're playing Foot Champs or playing online FIFA? Do you sometimes take those breaks in between games or for a day or so and then go back and watch your old gameplay back to try and improve?
Absolutely not. I have tunnel vision, and if I lose, I'm raging, and then I'll just get off, play a bit of pro clubs. So I'm not mature enough for that. So yeah, I just have tunnel vision, and if I win, I win. If I lose, I'm crying, type of stuff.
Yeah, well, hopefully this year we see a lot more happy tears as opposed to tears of being too mad that you don't want to play the game. But 20 minutes into this right now, Adam, if you've been watching or not distracted by the absolute gibberish I've been talking in terms of trying to keep this entertaining for the viewers at home, what are you seeing so far from the opening 20 minutes in this game? Is there one side that looks like they've sort of got the game by its neck, or me personally, it looks very, very open? And as I say that, the opening does get found for the away strip, which is going to be for Stingray. He finds the ball. Mbappe threads the ball into the feet of Ben Yedder. He turns onto his right foot and slots the ball home. But before that goal even happens, I was about to ask you, Adam, is there any team that has sort of had the upper hand in this? But obviously that goal now changes everything.
Yeah, I was going to be backing Stingray anyway, even before this that goal went in, because if you didn't know already, there's been one qualifier so far in the FIFA Global Series, and Stingray done very well. He is currently the highest ranked UK player in the world right now, so it's impossible to not back someone when they're playing like this and they've started the season like this. So I was always going to back Stingray, even if he was getting battered in this game. I feel like there's only one man who's going to win this game, and that will be Stingray, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's always a very confident player. Every time I've spoke to him, I've known him since FIFA 19. In fact, I actually used to open his FIFA rewards in FIFA 19 and FIFA 20, and then he was like, you know what, I'm big time now. I'm going to give someone else my rewards, but that's fine. Sometimes you got to move on from civil partnerships, I guess. But yeah, he's a very confident player, and as like you said, he's currently ranked the highest UK player in FIFA right now. So that's just going to do worlds of good for his confidence, right? I mean, let's not take nothing away from the players that might be playing in this tournament here for the Yop Esports Championships, but Stingray is used to playing against very, very good, if not some world-class FIFA players, and he can perform at the highest level. He can definitely perform here for the Yop Esports Championships on FIFA 20. And already you can see that goal's done the world of good for his confidence. This is what I like about Stingray. He's a player who knows how to take this sting out of the game. Please ignore the horrible pun. It was not intended. He knows how to work the ball. He knows how to work the space, and he knows how to frustrate his opponents. And Adam, how annoying is it when you're 1-0 down, for example, and you're playing against someone who is just keeping the ball and you literally can't get anywhere near him?
It's really frustrating, but that is his experience shining through again. But if you were to look closely as well, he's not just annoyingly keeping the ball. Every time he does lose that ball, he's applying so much pressure manually to win that ball back that is so hard to cope. If you look how quickly he's on to him, and he might lose it there straight away. He's got no time to think. Look, you dilly-dally on the ball, you're going to lose it, and a chance could come of this. It was a bit rushed, but once again, you'll see him pressuring so high, and I think that is the main thing that's finding hard to deal with here, because that pressure is just so hard to stop.
Yeah, and yourself, Shauna, when you're defending and you lose the ball higher up the pitch, or even if you just lose the ball in your own final third, for example, are you a player that likes to press and win the ball back, or do you like to just kind of sit up, soak up, and park the bus a little bit and try and wait to nick the ball? Or myself, I'm a person, I like to press as quickly as possible to try and win the ball back, and play very similar to Stingray here. But yourself, what type of tactics do you take in terms of recovering the ball?
I feel like I'm confident in my defense, so like I just sit down, let them like attack me, and maybe like get the ball back with my defenders. But this year you can't really rely on certain things, so that is probably something I should work on, and pressuring up the field instead of waiting to give away a penalty. So yeah, I think that's probably what I'll actually start doing now watching this match, is high pressure with my attackers rather than my defenders, 100%.
But Adam, surely there is, if you're playing a high press, as we just look at these halftime stats, not a single shot at all, or an attempt on target for the home side. And I think that was at 69 to 31% possession in favor of Stingray as well. If you're pressing high up the field, Adam, and your opponent has the likes of, a Neymar or an Mbappe or a Mohamed Salah up front or out wide, they can surely expose that high press by playing a ball over the top or down the side for them to run onto, can they not?
Yeah, you're completely right, and that is why it's only the best players who are doing this, and that is also why you very often see a pro losing to like a sort of Gold 2 player in the Weekend League, for example. And I think that is because you know how good you are, and you can see that your opponent's not a high level. So sometimes you can overpress and get really punished for that, so you have to be careful. But in a tournament, I think you're a bit more focused, so you're not going to make those mistakes, but it's very possible. Especially if you're in the semi-finals of such a tournament like this, your opponent is obviously going to have quality where you can definitely be punished.
Yeah, and guys, as always, make sure you are keeping up to date with the Sport Buff questions that are integrated into the chat, and some fantastic defensive work there from the away side of France. And I think if you're the home team of France, you've got to be a little bit more clinical there. You've got to make up your mind early. He looked like he got caught in two minds as to whether to be selfish and go for the shot himself, or if he should have, tried to square the ball across. And Mendy living life on the edge of a razor blade there, diving in, but luckily he wins the ball. And on another day that might even have been a penalty. That was a bit of a rash challenge there, as Mbappe, fantastic footwork here from the Frenchman, can't twist and turn himself away from his compatriot Rafa Varane. As I say that, Coman finds a fantastic ball now. Mbappe in a one-on-one foot race, not many people are going to beat him. He finds the ball across goal, and it's Tony Martial to find the slotted finish with his right foot under the body of Hugo Lloris. And that right there is literally what we just said a second ago, was it not, Adam? With the high press, what can happen is one through ball can rip you to shreds. Tony Martial gets in behind, Mbappe does. He finds the squared ball across to Tony Martial, and 1-1 now. Adam, if you're Stingray, are you a little bit disappointed with how easy you got torn apart there with one through ball?
Yeah, I would be very disappointed, because he just stepped up a bit too early, got a bit complacent, then I have to say it was punished so well. But then again, look at that. You can concede, but that is what the top players will do. They'll pick themselves back up again. Great use of the elastico there, and you can trust Mbappe's left foot on this game. 4-star weak foot, that is going to find the back of the net, and that is exactly what Stingray would have wanted. And if you're the away team now, the team in the home kit now, that's got to be a really tough one to take after working so hard to get back into the game. To that happening, it must have hurt.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a sucker punch. And yourself, Shauna, man, how do you deal with, either getting the equaliser or going 1-0 up and then conceding straight away afterwards? Are you a heads in hand kind of person, or do you try and pick yourself back up and go again? Because if that's me, the whole console's going out the window, and I'm probably going to play Minecraft for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm a fist in monitor type of person. But that's why we're not at the top level. Or maybe I should speak for myself. But we don't have the composure that these players do. Like Sting just did, he literally picked himself back up and got the goal. So that's a different kind of player I'm not used to.
One thing I'm loving right now from Stingray, and you might be able to give me a bit of an insight rather to this, Adam, from an actual player's point of view, who plays at quite a high level, is the use of R1 dribbling in and around the edge of the 18-yard box, and a fantastic step over and heel to heel from Mbappe there, who goes through on goal. He slots the ball home past Hugo Lloris, and Stingray looking in cruise control right now. 3-0 up, and I think that is potentially a hat-trick for Mbappe. No, sorry, it was Ben Yedder who found the first goal, but Mbappe now on the score sheet twice. But just quickly, back to my point, how effective is R1 dribbling this year, especially on the edge and in and around the 18-yard area?
Yeah, it's definitely very effective this year. I think they kind of revamped it a little bit, so it's something relatively new in this FIFA iteration, but it can be used so well, and as you can see now, he could use it well now as well, because the opponent's going to be pressuring so high that he's going to be dragging people out of position. So if you just use that dribbling and wait for them to pull people out and then find passes like this, it's a great, oh wow, that is so cheeky.
I thought for a second he went too early with the chip, but luckily he put just enough power to scoop it over the top of Hugo Lloris from quite a far distance out, to be honest with you, and he's having fun right now. If you're Stingray and you're 4-1 up and you know you've got a grand final to play, it looks like Mbappe is going to be through on goal again. Not many people are going to catch him. No doubt he's going to try and square the ball back there towards Ben Yedder, but no, I think Stingray's just trying to turn the style burners on a little bit here. But surely right now, if you're Stingray, you're just trying to work on the passing, you're just trying to work on winning the ball back. You know, you probably guaranteed yourself a grand final spot, or has he? Should I say, as Coman's through on goal. Fantastic composure. The fake shot with the outside of the right foot from Coman to take it around Hugo Lloris and smash it into the back of the net. 4-2 now. And maybe this might be a bit of squeaky bum time here for Stingray. Can you see Stingray choking this, Adam? Or do you think he's got what it takes to see it out?
Nah, there's no way. You can tell he was trying to show off there a little bit, and then now that he's conceded, I think he'll be a bit more conservative, but I think he's just having fun. And I think he backs himself that much that he can get out the skill moves and kind of show off. Because this is a stream, and don't forget, there's thousands of people watching this, so he's wanting to show his skills and show that he's a really top-level player, and I think he's doing the right thing. Game management is always very important, but it's all about getting your personality out there and using these skill moves to show the type of player you are, so I think he's doing this perfectly, to be honest.
Yeah, and you think towards the top of the esports, you know, FIFA divisions and all the players, they all like to sometimes, you know, turn the style on a little bit and twist and turn and weave their way past the players with the elasticos, with the step overs. You know, you might see the Rabona cutbacks in there as well, just for extra credit. And it looks like he's having fun here. We have just 7 minutes left on the clock, and it looks like Stingray is going to set himself up a grand final with big stuff here. Going into that game, Shauna, what's your predictions between the two? As it looks like it is going to be Stingray going forward to face big stuff. Who have you got in that game?
Well, I backed big 30-0 last time we did a prediction, so I think I'm going to back Sting, plus I know him, so yeah, that'll be fun. Plus, I beat him, so I beat, what was it, the best player in the UK right now? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, but
did I beat him?
But you beat him 2 years ago when he was probably an
yeah, but that don't count. A win is a win. A win is a win. I'm taking it.
You're taking that to the grave with you, by the sounds of it, sure.
I'm taking it.
On the tombstone, it's going to be beat Stingray J. Jensen. I think that's been Stingrayson in FIFA 19.
Absolutely.
But Adam, yourself, I'm going to ask you the same question. Have you got big stuff, or have you got Stingray going into this final?
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go for Stingray as well. I'm kind of going against my friend, but looking at this gameplay, it's just impossible not to. And the fact that Big Stuff was telling me he's not even slept, so yeah, I think everything's pointing in Stingray's favour right now. But we do love an upset, so I'd love to see Big Stuff do it. But I think, yeah, the pressure's on Stingray. Big Stuff has nothing to lose, so I hope it's just a good, high-scoring game as usual, and the better player wins. We always hope for that. We don't want any rubbish goals. We want the player who plays the best to get this win.
Yeah, and that sets up a very juicy grand final between Stingray and Big Stuff, both talented players. Stingray, obviously the best ranked UK player right now in all of FIFA. You said already, Big Stuff's had 30-0s this year already in the weekend league, so two very, very talented players. Really looking forward to that. But Sean, I just want to get your quick, you know, give me 30 seconds or so of wrapping up that game if you can. What was you impressed with? What would you look to have seen the team that lost do better, for example?
I don't think you can do anything better when you play against the best player in the UK. But I did see how Sting was was kind of messing around after a bit. Obviously, then he got scored on, so he had to perk up, which is good to see, and especially that chip. That was so cheeky. Like, that was amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah, I want to see a goal like that in the final for sure. And yourself, Adam, what's going to be going through these players' mind right now, going into a final? You know, you've played in some very important games before. You know what it's like going into a big game. What's going to be going through their minds?
I think Stingray will just be oozing with confidence if I'm him, because he's got no reason not to be. Everything's going right for him, and everything's going right for big stuff as well, but he is moaning about not having sleep and stuff, so I think he's going to be a bit more stressed out. So I'm not sure if Stingray can try and use that to his advantage, but yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of nerves there for both players. As you know, there's thousands of people watching this, and everyone, you can't prepare for that. You can't prepare to play under the lights like that with so many people watching, so I think there's going to be nerves either way, and there is good prizes up for grabs. So it's a big game. There is a big gap in the prize between first and second, naturally, as there is in most tournaments. So you always want to win. No one remembers who's second, so you have to try and get that win.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. And guys, that's what we got time for the both semi-finals. But after this break, it all comes down to this: the finals of the Yop Esports Championships for FIFA. Make sure you guys are in the chat, and as my friends Rambo would say, get a beverage, get a snack, and we'll be back after this short break.
Yop, a snack you can drink, supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.
Welcome back, people. I hope John and Sean have got a beverage, in the words of John P. It's definitely a beverage, but that might just be me up north. Time for the big one. Lisa Manley from FNG takes on London United's Xbox player Josh Jones. I hope they're both ready and raring to go. Are they ready, people? I think they're ready.
I think we have to play on friendlies. I've just been told we're playing on friendlies. Yeah, hopefully it lets me invite you. Yeah, there you are, yeah. No, we can pick any team, so it's just a friendly. Yeah. I don't actually know. Who's good on friendlies? Oh, France, yeah. I might go PSG now. Yeah, they can't hear you still. So how do you include party audio? I don't know. Alright, okay, yeah. Yeah, just sort in the audio only. Where was it though? Account. General volume and audio output. Chat mixer. No. I've got Elgato. Should I just turn the commentary on there? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this show match plays out. It's always nice, you know, to see some of the content creators getting involved to play. But obviously, these two aren't even content creators. These guys are actual players. One playing for NFG, of course, that's Lisa. And London United's very own Jonesy, who actually represented Manchester United, I believe, in last season's EPL. So two players who are very, very talented individuals. I've checked out both of their content before last season in FIFA 20. I've actually not had a chance to watch them play in FIFA 21 as of yet. But what are you expecting from this show match? You expecting them to take it too seriously, or are we going to see some, like, you know, Hugo Lloris playing up front and Mbappe in goal kind of deal for France?
I do hope it's like fun. I always love seeing a fun FIFA game. But yeah, they're both really good players. I've seen both of them play. So I am expecting a lot of quality, but also like a little fun as well.
Yeah, and I think it's always nice, you know, to have people that know the balance of entertaining the viewers at home in a show match to wanting to win. I mean, I've played in a few show matches on other games in my life, and I've kind of been the Scrooge that takes it too seriously sometimes because I'm so competitive. But there always comes a point where you're just like, you know what, let's just have fun. Let's see what happens. And I'm going to ask you for your prediction, Sean. Who are you taking? Are you going to go for Jones or are you going to go for Lisa? I don't know, again, because I've not actually watched them play in FIFA 21. So, and I know FIFA 21 is a completely different meta from what FIFA 20 was. It's a completely different game. But, you know, I'm gonna let you have the solo prediction here. It's all on you, so no pressure. If you get it wrong, you're not only going to make yourself look bad, but you're going to make me look bad as well, all right?
Well, I mean, I'm going to hold it down for the female, so I'm going to say Lisa is going to win. So she better win. Yeah, Lisa, 100%. We always back the females, why not? You know?
Okay, sure. Why not? But guys, we're going to throw it over. We're actually not going to talk. You guys you probably had enough of our voices for the past hour or so, but we're going to be joining you guys back in the final. But we're going to throw over to the live feed of both players' games as you get a bit of a listen in to what goes through FIFA players' minds.
So much crap, man. They're going to get relegated. What we saying? They get relegated?
I just can't see it, you know. I know they're bad, but can you see them going down? Like, that's madness.
Yeah, but could you imagine, like, the scenes they actually did go down?
Yeah, it would be nuts.
I actually didn't make myself, so this is going to be good with who I've got. But
Yeah, I don't know why. I completely doped out and didn't really do anything. And team presses on, I think. Oh, God.
Oh, that's such a bad one. Who the hell is this? Piero? Oh, no. What challenge? Oops.
That could be a red as well, you know. Oh, no, it's not red. And we got best penalty taker in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, you can see it, can't you? Let me turn that off.
Can't see it. Can't see it again. Well, I ain't looking on screen. Oh, you tried it.
Yeah, I'm actually embarrassing. What am I doing?
Well,
Oh, that was good, to be fair.
oh wow, that's such a bad pass. Why is my defence so easy?
Yeah.
Like 10 depth. Have you noticed that? Like, what? It's like 1 through ball, you're like literally through a hole.
What was that again from me?
I need to see what depth I'm on. Honestly, I'm saying it's about 8. I actually am on 8. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, no wonder.
Pressure on every touch. Why is that? Why is it
That was
pressure?
literally the same as me.
Yeah.
I'm literally on that as well. F's.
I've changed it. I don't know why I lined up with that team.
Me too. I didn't change anyone. I've got Piero and Verratti at CDM. It's just not what you want to see.
Verratti is a baller in real life.
Verratti's decent.
They just can't make him good in FIFA, can they? Because he's so small.
They gave him like a left wing card, didn't they? Actually, was it left mid?
Did they?
The cards they're giving out to they gave him a left mid card.
I seen Adama's one. Is he like left back? Adama Traore, that's mad, you know.
That's kind of mad. I feel like that's going to be an OP left back card, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a little bit of pace is all you need, and he needs to be good at defending.
I've actually red timed a header. Was that?
Florenzi, mate. Love to see it. Oh wow, just tripped over the chairs. Oh wow,
Pogba, man, what a player. Shame he's leaving.
Is he actually leaving?
Yeah.
Guaranteed?
Yeah, next summer I'm like 90% sure he's gone. Who is it you support then? United. I think you go Real or Juventus. Probably Juventus. Don't know why.
Juventus, you think? That's where he used to play for them.
Yeah, he did.
Isn't that where he came from when apparently he was like the best player in the world and then he just came here and just flopped? Like, what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you reckon that's because of like the people that he's got in the team, or do you actually just reckon it's just because of him? I didn't even think a button for that.
I don't know. We've been trying so many different things, literally every year, haven't we, to try and like suit him, but I don't know. It just hasn't worked, does it? He's had like one mad good game against City when he just flipped the switch. And when
I think that like we try to abuse him. He's like we just want to like look for him all the time. I think we just need to like just let it flow.
Yeah. Like, have you seen the table? We're actually like.
We're getting up there, man. We're getting up there.
Yeah, it's mad. We're just. It's confusing.
Like, he just looks massive.
Jesus, yeah.
He's got the head like an Akinfenwa as well. He's just got a big round head.
Jesus. Why do I have Luke Shaw actually? Is Tellers on this?
Surely he's not updated.
Look at these touches, bro. Poor touches from Martial. I don't even know. That is so rigged in Ultimate Team. It doesn't work on this though.
That's good. And you can't do it against me. Come on, Di Maria, man.
Di Maria, man.
He just hasn't done the skill with our butts from Sturzy.
I'm not a fan of Di Maria's, I can't lie. In real life.
Oh, isn't that good? That's why all United fans hate that guy, man. That's why he just like, when he did that bottle, was it the bottle celebration or whatever it was that he did? No, that's just toxic. It just is.
He's literally got us on strings, mate. And then he was in tears after they got knocked out. Beautiful.
You know, the scenes we love to see, that's what they say that is.
Yeah, from Bruno Fernandes.
I was thinking, do I move the keeper? I was just like, no, I just won't. And then it just almost, got in. Cheeky, slide them. Come on, Di Maria, go. Oh, Di Maria.
I don't know why Luke Shaw. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's buff on this.
Yeah, he is quite big, wasn't he? I remember when all the fans were dissing him for being like fat, or whatever they classed him as.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that bad, to be honest. I think he's alright.
No, definitely.
Better than Tellez, but then Tellez is obviously older and more experienced. I think obviously injuries hasn't been good to him. I think obviously it's been quite. Did he do like his knee or something?
Yeah, that injury was mad against PSV, was it? Where he just completely like.
That was where he was in his prime.
Yeah, he was so good.
He was doing really well.
Yeah, he was so good.
James is like rapid as well. Wow. It's a shame that he hasn't actually good on offense, isn't it, James?
I don't know, to be fair. I think he's just too low rated, isn't he? Why am I doing that? Martial, I'm so like thing about weak foot this FIFA that I just don't shoot.
Oh my god, Martial. Mate, honestly, Martial this FIFA is terrible. I packed him earlier, yesterday on a 5k pack, and he's just terrible. He's like 20,000 coins now, which is nice.
Martial, you know, I like him in real life, you know, but he's so hot and cold.
Oh yeah, he's either really good or really bad.
Yeah. But when he's on it, it's just very good.
Surely that's offside, surely.
What, bro?
United have been very much in control over the last 15 minutes, Derek. They've created a lot.
Him as a CDM is actually really good, isn't he?
Who's that?
Oh wow. Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah.
He's a CDM like on FIFA though, isn't
he? Yeah.
Well, like he's got to be in that attacking role, but.
Definitely. But on FIFA, he's actually like a lot of everyone uses him really, I think.
Oh wow. Oh.
Look at that power.
That was. Who was that?
Who was that?
Who was that?
Yeah, it was Bruno. I don't know why he's just P-rolled it.
I thought you were so going to like try and bait me and go for a goal, but that obviously didn't happen.
Yeah, I seen the keeper move in time, but I mean, that power didn't help. PSG's midfield, though, I'll give it to you, dead. Like, Danilo, man.
Like, that's terrible. I feel like I played these in the tournament recently, and like, you just, me, I'm better at attacking than defending, so I thought I went with PSG, but because you couldn't use like a national team, so obviously France would have been great in terms of Mendy, Varane, Pogba,
No way. Oh my god, it's in.
That was so rude. Arsenal 2-1 at half time. Nice. Now I can just hope for Newcastle win later on.
What, Arsenal winning or Everton? Is it Everton?
No, Everton are winning.
Who scored?
No, actually,
I know Holden got the own goal.
Mina,
you just know that's bad defending from corner. You just know that.
You know that's literally like a pass, like a cross or something, or some sort of. It's got to be a corner, surely.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's got to be a corner. What's he doing up there otherwise?
True that.
I've just brought on Tellers. What a player. You got a cardi on?
I've had a cardi on for the whole game.
Really?
I didn't make my start guys, so I haven't got my like Moise Keane.
Moise Keane. Icardi, oh my god, bro. Mbappe's got the rig. Might have to bring Twanzebe on to deal with Mbappe.
No, I can't be putting him on.
Neymar's so good, isn't he? In real life as well as on the game.
Well, he broke his ankle, didn't he, or something recently?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Just in time for Christmas. Did you see that?
Oh mate, you've done me there. You've done me there proper. Icardi, you know.
Mate, I've been all people as well with Icardi.
What a player.
What a player, mate. Of all people. You just dissing him as well.
Yeah, I didn't know he was on that as well. Do you have like the three, Di Maria, Neymar and Mbappe all behind them?
I'm playing 4-2-2-2 with got Neymar on the left, Di Maria on the right, and then obviously Mbappe and Cardi up top.
Yeah.
Oh, high pressing, mate. I've got a yellow card with this guy. I can't press with him.
Why is Martial? Why the players?
Oh, come on, he needs to be winning that. Oh, ref!
What's happened there? Oh, he's given a foul. Yeah, I didn't click anything to be fair. As if Dan James, man. I can't start Maguire against PSG, no way, on this game.
Oh no, don't be doing that, man. He's missing everything.
To be fair,
good for me.
Eric Bailly is way better than him on FIFA anyway.
Can't believe they got rid of Chris Smalling, man.
Yeah, Chris Smalling. What a player.
He's doing good for Roma as well. He's got a few informs, hasn't he? Or at least one.
Yeah, I think he just enjoys it more out there. Because if you play for United, you just get ripped every week. Oh no. I need to change something, I think. Formation, maybe.
The whole team?
Yeah, literally.
Oh no, he just got Marquinhos got Scott.
Why didn't he take it on his right? I literally ball rolled it. Oh. Bruno, man. I love him.
Everyone just said they're just scoring penalties, but I don't think they watch United enough.
Yeah, no, they're done. Just trolling, surely. It's unreal.
Oh, I forced that big time. I knock onto Davini. It's not letting me knock onto him for some reason.
Oh my god.
I swear, like 2 of our goals in this game.
That was even worse. Yeah.
I think that's definitely worse.
100%.
Lisa Cardi's goal, he actually just like fake shot it past you. That goal was just ping pong.
I don't even think Icardi's one was the rigged one. I think it was Mbappe, was it? Where my guy just didn't.
Right, well, yeah, Icardi's one was good.
Yeah, yeah, that was a good goal.
So are you the type of person that does like the step overs and that this year?
Nah.
OP things?
Honestly, with skills though, like I'm not. Everyone has something in their locker. I just never use skills. I don't know why. Maybe the classic cricketer, but I don't know.
No, Marquinhos, you've got to stop in there.
I had no other option just to leather it there.
Have you done that Marquinhos as Carl Ultimate team?
Nah, but
Maybe for Mbappe.
everyone said he's sick though, innit? I think he is.
I like he's definitely better than Pogba. Probably like the same sort of level as Kante, which I guess for the price cap of what he is, I think he's about 140 to do. I think he's OP.
Yeah, is he fast? Or what's his
He's
pay?
about 80. I think he's 80 something basically.
Yeah, he's usable then, 100%. He's got to be better than Pogba. Pogba just.
If you have like someone like Icon Mateus.
Yeah.
Switch him and Marquinhos in game, or just because you can use him at centre back as well. But he's that hard, especially with the pace he's got.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh. Why would he? What was seeing? My ball? No. Dan James isn't very good on FIFA, to be fair.
He's not, is he? He's quite rubbish.
He's bad looking. Fred, 4 player.
To be honest, there I tried doing McGee's thing, but he just did step over instead, so it's interesting.
Daniel.
The guy you just dissed. I'm Pasaka, all people's shit ball.
Yeah, I don't know what he did there after the rebound was there. Oh. One last opportunity.
Yeah, seal the deal. Oh, this is it as well, 100%. Oh, I knew it!
Look at Martial. Ice, mate.
He's actually loving life, he just is. If only he could do that in real life.
GG. No, that was actually a good game apart from the 2 goals, to be fair. I enjoyed that. We're just check.
To lose right at the end, that's just typical. Well, to be fair, that's not even. Not bad.
So what is it?
Welcome back, people. One thing I definitely learned from watching that game is I cannot compete at this level of FIFA. I was just sat here thinking, it's not for me. I'll stick to playing a bit of career mode, bit of friendlies, bit of kickoff. Shorter, I'm hoping you're there. I want to ask you, because Lisa is hopefully going to join us very, very soon. And I'm incredibly pleased. Well, pleased, and I'm kind of, I don't know how to describe this really. I'm buzzing to see more and more women in esports, basically. And it's sad that I have to say that. It's sad that you have to say that for so many different industries. But we're going to rewind right back to the start. Where did it start for you? How did you get into gaming?
I think I just had like cousins that used to play the PlayStation 2, so I was just around it growing up. And I was kind of like an only child, so they were like my only friends. Because my sister was way older. Yeah, I just used to play the PlayStation 2, and I kind of became like a little tomboy. So that's really where it all started.
And what's the response been like? You know, I mean, to be fair, in recent times, there's so many more women in esports, and whether it's FIFA or COD or whatever it is, it's so refreshing to see that. But what's the response been like as a whole?
It's always nice. You do get the odd people that are just trolling, or they're just trying to get a little bit of attention from God knows where. But yeah, 99% of the time, it's always great, and you know, I have a strong community that back me no matter what I do. So it's great, honestly.
Well, what was it like when you first started out? Because I mean, this goes for a lot of people where you first start out, it's so difficult to get people to come watch you. And like you say, you've got like a good network now, and people absolutely love you clearly, and they'll back you through everything. But at first, like I imagine that was quite difficult at first.
Oh yeah, you know, you get the typical comments, and I feel like I also play football growing up as well, so I've just been around that kind of, you know what I mean, like that kind of view for a while. So it didn't really mean nothing to me. All I knew was just sit down, play the game. You know, that was my hobby, and that's what I did. And I feel like a lot of people realize that, oh, she actually just played a game, and you know, she's not terrible, or you know, she's not doing it for attention, which most of us don't do that. But yeah, that's how it all started out, and just everyone's just been great. Like I can't say a bad word about the FIFA community at all.
Honestly, it's, as I say, so refreshing to hear, because being completely honest, I hate the fact we have to have this conversation, because to me it should be like, whatever gender you are, whatever your beliefs are, you should be able to do whatever you want to do. You want to be a gamer, you want to be a footballer, whichever way you want to go, you should be able to go. And which, so it kind of like, in a weird way, annoys me that we have to have these conversations, but I'm hopeful people like you naturally, with the audience you have, with what you've done, with the fact that you're actually good at the game, which naturally does help, that's going to get more and more women into esports. Have you had that from either younger girls or maybe even older women who have got in touch with you to say, like, how did you get started? What's your best advice?
Yeah, I feel like anybody who comes to me that's a female or wants any advice, even if it's not a female, like I give them advice all the time to just stay consistent. Consistency is like one of the biggest things you have to be in this industry. But yeah, it's the same for both males and females. Honestly, just consistency, and you know, being a nice person goes a long way as well.
Yeah. Well, Lisa has joined us. Lisa, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. Just before this game, I'm just going to very quickly say I was basically looking at your profile, and I clicked on direct messages, and I firstly want to say you supported my content a long way back, like 7 years ago, maybe a little bit less, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I want to very quickly just say thank you for that, because I now get to share a screen with you, which is amazing. And since we're talking about throwbacks, I just mentioned and asked Sean the same question. How did you start off? How did you get into this?
Well, I started obviously playing back in FIFA 14. It was just sort of casual. Started on Twitch just randomly. I think a friend just messaged and was sort of just asked me about Twitch, so I sort of just started streaming on it, and then started obviously growing a community. Obviously, Shauna's the same. She's on Twitch. Well, she was. She started a community, and I did the same thing, and just started playing FIFA on our Ultimate Team and just matching some nice other people, really.
Yeah. And have you faced any challenges being a woman in esports?
I think there's obviously a lot of challenges. I think obviously we get quite a lot of hate. I think it's more worse when they know you're a streamer as well. So I think that's the sort of main thing. Obviously, people you get a lot of hate when they know that you're a girl and they beat you, and obviously they just come in and just, Shauna knows, you just get so much hate. But I think you just got to put that behind you and just go for it. Go for your goals.
And you say goals. So what are your goals then? Not to throw you under the bus.
I think my goals are to try and get like more diversity in FIFA. Obviously, there's not like many girls that play the game. I mean, when I first started this year and last year in terms of competitively, I didn't really know any girls that played the game. I think it was just me and Shauna and a few of the EA game changers, and they didn't really play at a level like foot champs. They would just play the game casually. So I think it's about trying to get more girls into esports in general, or just FIFA in general, really. I think since doing tournaments recently, I've met 60 plus girls that play the game, which is quite incredible, really.
Yeah. This is a question to both of you. I'll come to you first, Shauna. What do you think we have to do to get more women into esports? More girls, older women, whichever way it is, just get more women in esports?
Honestly, just let them know it is actually a career path, because I didn't know this would be where I was would be. And I feel like a lot of other girls feel like they don't know this is an opportunity. So maybe just advertising, creating tournaments. Like I know Lisa created a tournament. Was it like a couple of weeks ago, which is really good. Everyone was talking about it. I feel like more types of that stuff would help a lot because like she said, she met over like 60 people, females who played a game, and I'm yet to come across that many. So yeah, that's how I would suggest making it more like public and popular.
Yeah, and Lisa, I'm assuming you're going to say some of the similar stuff.
I mean, yeah, like she sort of said about, I think in general, just a backing for it as well. Obviously, there's a few girls recently that have signed to esports teams. I think that's like another step as well, getting a backing for it. Once you get a club behind you, it obviously helps in terms of progression, getting better at the game, in terms of playing better people. And also, like Shauna said, playing in general, I think you just need the help in more tournaments as well, which obviously showcases females in general. Once people can see that they're good enough, like I said, go into better clubs, and then from there just progress, and maybe it'll be more of a normality soon that girls can play FIFA and can maybe do stuff at the high level, really.
And so this brings to mind, because obviously in football you have the women's league, you have the men's league, obviously. Do you feel like in esports we might benefit if we have, say, a women's only tournament, but it's backed by all the big brands, by all the big companies, and that might be a way to say, look, there's actually loads of women out there who play esports, and you just need a chance, just an opportunity. Lisa?
Are you aiming at me or Shauna? Oh, me. Yeah, I think I do think that. I think, like you said, I think if we can just get like I mean, obviously we did one recently, and I think it was quite successful, which, like Shauna said, that she didn't know many as well. So I think if we can get like maybe a big company behind it, like recently I have gone to EA about it, and I think they might be doing something with it. But I think overall, if we can get a few sponsors behind it, and then the more sponsors, the more it gets out there, the more viewers, and the more people actually seeing the ability of the females, then obviously it'll get bigger and bigger, and maybe some EA, like I said, will get involved, and then we can make it bigger and bigger, and hopefully it's a positive going forward.
Yeah. Well, Lisa, thank you so much for hopping on. Thank you for being an inspiration for so many women out there, and just for general people like me, who is brave to be out there. It's brave to deal with the flack and just push it to the side. It might not feel like a big deal for you or for you, Shauna. This is relevant to both of you, and I hope both of you absolutely continue to smash it, and I hope there's so many more women in esports as well. But for now, thank you very much, Lisa. Shauna, I'm now going to pass you over to rival hands of John, and you two are going to take it away for the FIFA final.
Can you guys hear me now?
I think it's on mute right now. Oh, there we go.
You guys can hear me? Okay, sorry. I don't know what it is with this call that we're in. Like, when my mic's not muted, it doesn't work, and when it is muted, it works. It's weird. I have no idea what's going on. I do apologize. But yeah, welcome back, guys. I just want to quickly carry on the points that you guys were saying a minute ago about the lack of presence from a female and a woman's point of view within esports right now, and just even in sports in general. A lot of my good friends in esports are women. For example, my best friend in real life is a woman in esports. She does great in what she does, and I think it's only great to see people like yourself, Shauna, people like Lisa, who are trying to actually take a stand for the women in esports to try and push that market further, to just say, look, just because we're women, that doesn't mean we can't play video games. It's at the end of the day, we're all human. We all have the same common goals and interests, so why not everyone support everything, any tournament that goes on, regardless if it's a women's tournament or a male's tournament. Let's just get behind esports in general and really push it forward. But Shauna, this is a big one. It's grand final time. It's Stingray versus Big Stuff. I'm really, really excited here. I'm just waiting on confirmation on what players are playing under what kicks. I believe we are going to see a France versus a France for the third time today. Shauna, what are your predictions for this final? Give me a scoreline.
I'm gonna go Stingray. 3-2 Stingray.
3-2 to Stingray. Let's go. Stingray is in white again. Big Stuff is in the blue. It's France versus France. It's grand final time here for the Yop Esports Championship and London United. We are excited to bring this final to you. These guys have been competing over weeks of qualifiers, And it all comes down to this. We've got Stingray in the white kicking from right to left. We've got Big Stuff in the blue kicking from left to right. Both teams using France. I believe both teams have subbed out Anthony Martial for Kingsley Coman, if I'm correct. So fingers crossed we don't get any Quincy comments from you in this final here, Shauna. As I say that, the ball is threaded through to Ben Yedder, but it is going to be Mendy who is there to intercept. And now, Shauna, let's put this into retrospect for you, for an example from you, as your point of view. You're playing a Foot Champs game, you need one more game to hit elite or to finish 30-0. That's the equivalent of a grand final for a pro player in if we was comparing it to you. What are you going to be telling yourself? How are you going to be approaching the game? Are you going to just stick to your usual gameplay, or are you going to play a little bit more conserved because this win is an important win?
Most definitely way more conserved. Conserved. Just because I'll be nervous. I know I'm like a leaf. I shake like a leaf. So I'll probably just slow it down and just try and not lose possession. And we nearly had our first goal there. But yeah, just slow it down. Maybe build it up, slow again, and try not to lose possession. Really.
And as you say, try to slow it down and keep possession. It doesn't look like Big Stuff's going to do that, as Tony Martial is going to go through. Can he find the near post from a tight angle? Yes, he can. Fantastic ball roll onto the right foot there, and he smashes the ball past Hugo Lloris. For a second there, I thought his chance had gone by not hitting the ball first time, but that shows you why I'm not a professional footballer or a professional FIFA player, to say the least. As some composure there to smash the ball past Hugo Lloris. And that's exactly what Big Stuff wanted here, Shauna. How important is it to get that first goal?
Oh, it's probably the best feeling in a FIFA game is to get the first goal, because then you're not chasing the game around. You can relax a little bit, and you don't really have to think about getting the game square again. So it's always the best feeling getting one up in a game.
Coman now on the ball, does play the ball inside to Ben Yedder. Yedder back to Coman, and we've seen Stingray answer a goal with quick succession before in this tournament. Can he do it again here in the final? 20 minutes gone on the clock. And it is still 1-0 in favour of Big Stuff, as again he's driving down the right-hand side with Martial. Tries to find that near post again, but Lloris this time equal to the efforts of Martial's strike. Ball now at the feet of Mbappe. Yedder now going to drive towards the middle of the park. Can he find Coman on the overlap? Yes, he can. Coman, is he going to cut back inside? He finds Ben Yedder, who finds Mbappe. Fantastic composure there from Stingray with Kylian Mbappe. A brilliant turn. He controls the ball fantastically. Turns away from the defender and the keeper. Got a little bit fortunate with the bobble back to him. But Shauna, what great composure there from Stingray to get himself back into this game.
It was a little bit of a scruffy goal. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be a little bit mad if I was Big Stuff. But like I said, like Mbappe is like an icon where they can just do mad stuff. Like the way he just got away with the ball there was really insane. So yeah, Mbappe is such a great player to play with, and you just seen there how he can turn nothing into something.
Yeah, and I think you summed it up perfectly. He's one of those players that literally turns nothing into something, especially with the use of the R1 dribbling as well. And the 4-star weak foot, the 5-star skills. He's such a hard player to predict. And as I say, that Ben Yedder finds Mbappe again. 2 chances is all it takes for the Frenchman to find the back of the net twice on what was a fantastic start from Big Stuff. Stingray has said, you know what? I'm the best ranked UK player in the world right now for a reason. He makes him pay with 2 chances in quick succession to put the away side 2-1 up. And that is exactly how you wanted to respond if you were Stingray. And again, Ben Yedder and Mbappe. How many times have we seen Ben Yedder and Mbappe link up, Shauna, this tournament?
So many times. You see it happen in the weekend league. Like there's just these types of players where you just can't do nothing about. You just have to let them get the goal and see if you can counter back and maybe square the game up or win the game. But yeah, those types of players you can't do nothing about. Absolutely not. It's
so hard to see what. Oh, please! If you score,
he just broke his ankles.
If you score, I wanted an ambulance to the stadium.
I thought
to pick
2K
up
was later.
Yeah, that was ridiculous from Mbappe, who finds the hat trick. That is probably one of the fastest. I had flashbacks to, I think it was FIFA21 when texted like 4 Elasticos in a row to score in the finals of a game or something like that. Fantastic footwork from Kylian Mbappe on the edge of the box there. the flip-flap to take it away from Kante. Unluckily, he didn't find the finish the first time, but the second time around, Mbappe has had 3 shots, 3 on target, 3 goals, and Yedder now looking to go through on goal, but it's going to be Lenglet who's there to meet him. And if you're Stingray, you're absolutely styling on him right now. You're having fun. It's just... It's becoming a little bit uncomfortable to watch here for Big Stuff, you know, who's a very good player in his own retrospect. He's had a 30-0 this season already in Ultimate Team. A very, very solid player. But, you know, we mentioned Stingray, who is rated the best UK FIFA player in the game right now after the recent qualifiers. And he is showing why he has got that title. He's just turning up right now. He's playing so confident. And, you know, when you're playing this confident, Shauna, how much does it improve your gameplay?
It does improve your gameplay, but you can let it slip a little bit. So it will be interesting to see, you know, if he does let it slip the way he's doing all these skills and stuff. But, you know, I have faith in Sting. It sucks a little bit because Big Stuff hasn't had any sleep. So I would have liked to see like a final where, you know, he was match fit. But yeah, this is going really well. I'd like to see Big Stuff score another goal, make it a little bit more competitive. But I have faith in both of them. I think they'll put on a great performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a tight game, to be honest with you. But, you know, I think you saw Big Stuff go through with Martial straight away and score. And he had another chance, but the ball got hit straight at Hugo Lloris. And Stingray goes straight down the other end and scores 3 out of his 3 shots on target thus far. It's just, you know, it's so hard to play against. And not only that, he seems to have had Big Stuff's number already. You can see a slight formation change here. It looks like he's going to put 2 up top with Martial playing just behind the 2 strikers of Mbappe and Ben Yedder. And this is what you said you do. You go to the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow when you want to play ultra attacking. It really floods the centre of midfield and it allows you to really press high up the pitch. And I think this is either going to go very well for Big Stuff or he's gonna lose this game about 6 or 7-1. That's just the way it's going to go. And can you see Big Stuff getting himself back into this game?
I think he could if he, you know, start concentrating, start doing a little bit of tiki-taka type football. He could definitely get a goal back. You know, they're both really good players, and I feel like either one could win. It's only just commenced into the second half now, so this will be fun to watch.
And the thing about FIFA as well, one thing to note, guys, if you're watching at home for the first time, there is no amount of time in FIFA that it takes to score a goal. You can score 2 goals within a minute. You can score 1 goal within 90 minutes. You know, there is no such thing as not enough time when it comes to FIFA. You can win the ball back so easily, especially at a high level of FIFA as well, you know. These players know how to control each player on the pitch, when to press, when not to press. And Mbappe's been slid through with a fantastic pass from Pogba's left foot, the advanced rainbow flick coming into play as well, but not able to go over the head of Lenglet as he does deal with the trouble. Ball's in the hands now of Hugo Lloris. Does elect to play the ball long after switching to that 4-1-2 formation. 4-1-2-1-2, sorry. He is going to have to try and play more predominantly down the centre of the field. And if anything, he has to play the tick-attack of football himself. He has to find them quick interchanges and passages of play a lot quicker than Stingray does. But Stingray is so good at defending on this game. He if you watch him when he's out of possession, he's manually dragging all of his players into the correct positions to, you know, think 1 or 2, if not 3 steps ahead of his opponent at every time. And it's just so hard to deal with. Ball now at Mendy into Kante. Kante finds Mbappe. The turn coming into play. Does elect to go for the fake shot. Does get intercepted by Rafa Varane. However, now Pogba plays the ball out wide to Anthony Martial. And you can see immediately there what Stingray did as soon as that ball was played. He selected the offside trap. You see his team sprint up the pitch. And that forces him to delay the pass or he would have been offside. And it's just a fantastic use of the mechanics here from Stingray as Mendy now with the ball. Into Coman to Kante, does try to find Ben Yedder. And what's the main thing for you, Shauna, that Stingray's having so much success in?
You know what? I've never seen a FIFA player like this. Like, don't get me wrong, I've known him for a while, but I haven't seen his gameplay for a while. And he uses the I've never seen anyone use like the off the ball mechanic. You know when you press the toggle buttons in and like the AI kind of takes over a little bit. He's using that, and I've never seen that in my life. Because when I accidentally did it this weekend league, I was like, is my game glitch? So it's crazy seeing the different mechanics he's using. Like, I've never seen this before. This is next level.
He's using it so well as well. That's what I mean. Like, I mean, every time he's not in possession of the ball, he's using those mechanics to position his team to win the ball back, and then he can start the counter attack exactly like this. As the ball now at the feet of Mbappe does get cleanly wiped out, I thought, but somehow won the ball. Can we just go back to talking about how someone at least didn't have a red card within the first 2 minutes of the game against Jonesy after Kimpembe absolutely clatters his attacker as the last man? Me and you was actually having a bit of a joke the other day talking about VAR and FIFA. If it went to VAR there, I think that definitely would have been a straight red card. But, you know, it's only a matter of time now in this final. I think we're heading into the final 20 minutes or so in this game. What sort of change would you be looking at here? It looks like Griezmann's going to come on, probably replacing Martial. Is there anything Big Stuff can do to get himself back into this game, Shauna? Because if you're asking me, Stingray is just playing with such confidence. He looks like he's going to win this game. And, you know, it was almost like he was teasing him and toying with him with giving him the early goal.
Yeah, I've seen Sting do that a couple of times now during this tournament, where he's just having fun, but then he'll just switch on a button and just go crazy and start scoring multiple goals. So I think Big Stuff just needs to have composure. Like we said earlier, like he said he didn't have much sleep, so hopefully he can power through and maybe score a second, hopefully.
Also, guys, just want to remind you that you can win a PlayStation 5 via the giveaway in the chat, thanks to Yop and Asda, who are partnering up to give us a chance to win a PlayStation 5, albeit you guys in the chat rather, as Mbappe is just toying with him right now. He's like a kid playing with his dinner at the moment. And not only that, thank you so much to Noble Chairs, Nakon and HyperX for the prizes, for the finalists. We do really appreciate it. So huge shout out to all of our partners for the tournament, and obviously especially Yop as well. We do really appreciate it, and thank you for running such an amazing event. I've had so much fun this weekend, not this weekend, sorry, but the whole past few weeks to get involved with everything. Shauna, I know it's the first time you've had, you know, your commentary debut over the past few weeks. I'm sure you've definitely enjoyed it and would like to come back. What's been your favourite part about the whole tournament so far?
I enjoy, you know, getting to know the players and seeing how like top levels play and seeing how their brain works, really. So it kind of helps me as well. Having a little bit of a tussle in the penalty box there. But yeah, like just seeing how these top level players, you know, play FIFA is really helping me. Like, I didn't think, you know, sitting here watching some FIFA would actually, you know, incorporate into my gameplay, but it actually really does. And, you know, I'm 100% going to start watching more esports and, you know, just trying to make myself better at the game. Oh my God, do you see that?
Yeah,
this game is actually really, really, really good.
A ball whipped into the box, but luckily for the away side, Stingray, Hugo Lloris was equal to Griezmann's header. Also, a huge thank you to Overclockers as well, who is also one of our partners. We missed him out on the list. We do apologise, guys. Koeman now slips the ball down the right-hand side towards Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe has got Lenglet to try and get past, however, a fantastic Rabona in favour of Mbappe. Does go ahead and use the Elastico to get the ball into his left foot to find Kante. Kante onto Ben Yedder. Can't get the shot away in time before Varane does step in to save the day. Well, save the day he could have done with doing that 3 or 4 goals earlier, as Ben Yedder now for the home side slips in Mbappe. Mbappe with the fake shot, but a brilliantly timed tackle there from Lenglet. And it's now the away side who is on their way to potentially another 4th goal, but a poor pass from Koeman is intercepted by Varane, and it's really back and forth here. But do you know what? This kind of suits the way Stingray's playing. He's, you know, got the 3. He's got the 2-goal lead. Sorry, he's just chilling right now. He's got a couple minutes to play with, and he's going to be crowned grand champion. And it's one of those situations. It's more when than if he wins the game. Ball played short to Pogba, and that is one way to defend the ball, Kingsley Coman. Just run straight into it, to be honest. 1 minute left. Shorter. It looks like Stingray is going to be our grand champion. What are your thoughts on this game?
It's been a great game. It actually has been a really good game. There's been a couple of chances that Big Stuff could have scored on, but he didn't. So, yeah, we do have a winner.
Yeah, really, really tough tournament to get through from the players' point of view. Some great competition, but it's that man again, probably one of the best footballers in the world, if not the best in real life, certainly on FIFA at least. Kylian Mbappe is the difference maker for Stingray as he beats Big Stuff 3-1 in the Yop Esports Championships finals. And for the FIFA section, a fantastic game. And I think, you know, we mentioned before the game, Stingray is ranked as the best UK player in FIFA right now. And I think his class just showed towards the end there. I don't know if you'd agree with me when I say that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be messaging him for a couple lessons soon. But yeah, that was a great game by both of them.
Yeah, really, really well done to him. Obviously, guys, don't forget we have got the NBA 2K side of things coming up after this. No doubt that you guys are going to stay tuned for that. And make sure you guys continue, like I said, to support all our partners, enter the PS5 giveaway as well. And, you know, I'm a little bit upset that our time has come to an end on this event. It's been a great, nice, laid-back event to do. You know, everyone's been great to work on. And one person that's been great in particular is our wonderful host, Rambo, who's going to take it away.
What a lovely, lovely, lovely man John is. Thank you very much, John and Shauna. You've both been absolutely incredible. There's plenty more coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We've got NBA 2K. And just a reminder, if you want to win a PlayStation 5 via Yops as the competition, follow the chat. It's very simple. You could win a PlayStation 5. Do not forget. Also, shout out to all our prize providers, HyperX, Overclockers, NACO, and NBA. It's time for a quick break before we bring in my NBA boy, Mo Moonsey.
Yop, a snack you can drink. Supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.
Welcome back, people. We've had some FIFA drama. We've had some incredible guests as well, and there's plenty more to come our way. But it's time for NBA 2K, and there's only one man in town that I want to chat to about with NBA. It is my bro, Mo. How you doing?
I'm great, thank you, man. How about yourself?
Very, very, very good. What are you doing this Saturday evening?
You know, I'm just getting ready to commentate some fantastic NBA 2K21 action live here on the Yop Esports Championship before, you know, the NBA season, the NBA preseason continues tonight because we're only 3 days away from the actual season getting underway. So it's the last chance for teams to get their reps in before they head to the real deal.
Yeah, man. And before we chat about NBA, I've asked this question to a lot of people. 2 questions, actually. Firstly, what is your beverage of choice tonight? Aside from the obvious Yop, everyone's had a Yop.
It's always Yop. It's got to be Yop. But other than that, I go with the water. You know me, I keep it just straight. You can't beat it. Water is the life source.
Wow. And what's your snack choice? Do you have a snack choice for tonight?
I don't currently, but my go-to snack is M&Ms, the blue M&Ms, not the yellow ones or the brown ones. Always the blue ones.
The crispy, weird ones.
The best ones, bro. Everyone knows that the blue M&Ms are the superior choice.
Nah, man. Nah. If you're in the chat right now, let me know, and let's make sure Mo knows to stop eating these weird blue M&Ms because they need to go out of business. They're not the ones. They're not the ones. The simple yellow pack is perfectly fine. Finally,
No,
actually,
you're moving
pineapple
nuts.
on
You're moving
pizza.
nuts.
Pineapple on pizza, bro.
No, never.
Thank
God
you.
forbid,
Okay.
never pineapple on pizza. That is out of the question. That's out of order. I don't trust anyone who does like pineapple on pizza.
Well, that's a message for Shauna because she loves pineapple on pizza.
Sorry, I just don't trust you, Shauna.
More importantly, NBA season is around the corner. Preseason has been absolutely lit, to be fair. And I'm going to advise you right now, if you need a one-stop shop for everything NBA, go follow Mo. I'm sure the guys in the chat can put his links there. And also, of course, follow London United as well on socials. Watching the preseason, leading up to the season, as you mentioned, in 3 days' time, just off what you can see right now, what are your predictions for the season? Star player and the team to look out for.
Teams to look out for. You know, I'm thinking the Brooklyn Nets. A lot of people have got question marks over them, but that's on the team chemistry wave because talent-wise, we saw Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving on the court last night together for the first time properly, and boy, they looked unstoppable. The player to watch, you know, Zion Williamson, if he can stay healthy, he's been putting up some monster performances, but Anthony Davis as well is setting himself as, you know, one of the most dominant big men in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I follow you for all my NBA, so whatever you say, I say. But one thing I'm not sure on, you're going to have to validate this one for me. Brooklyn, I've watched 2 of their games. I know it's a very small sample size, and I feel like they've never played together. Is that a very obscure view?
No, because Kyrie and KD signed before last season, but they were both injured, so they didn't really get a chance to play together on the court. And because both of them are such big talents, they, of course, make such a big difference when they come into the lineup. You know, the worse the players that kind of play a little role, it's not difficult to replace them and chop and change. But with those big star guys, it changes the entire dynamic of the team. So, you know, they're going to take a while to find their rhythm. But once they do, that's 2 of the best scorers in the league on the same team.
True, and that is danger for everyone else. What are you most looking forward to, just before you get into this game, what are you most looking forward to for this season?
I'm looking forward to seeing the growth of Luka Doncic. He was Rookie of the Year. Last year, I feel like he was one of the top 5 players in the league. And now this year, I'm looking for him to take the MVP crown.
Yes. I literally saw a meme this morning. I don't know if you've seen it, where he goes for a fist bump with someone and then fist bumps himself. Exceptional scenes.
I saw that.
Yeah, exceptional scenes, right? Mo, the first game is ready, so I'm hoping you can quickly explain the format, and I'm going to leave you with it now because you are the voice for the NBA.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. I believe today we're rocking with the 2 semi-finals, and then we're going to move on to the grand final of the Yop Esports Championship 2K section of things. So appreciate you guys who are all tuned in right now. If you came for the FIFA, why not stay and watch some NBA 2K action and get playing NBA 2K as well, because it is one of the most fun games that you can play. Even if you know nothing about basketball, you can pick up a controller, you can get involved, and you can get active. And I believe we're almost ready for the first semi-final to take place any minute now. So while you're here, while you're waiting, make sure you're following London United on all socials. Make sure that you're watching this on the London United Twitch page, because if you're watching it on the homepage, make sure you click through to the actual page, because there's a sports buff overlay and there's going to be little quiz questions and that popping up, and whoever gets the most right wins a prize. And also, if you think that prize wasn't good enough, in the chat you can enter the competition with Yop and Asda for the PS5 as well. So we're just getting ready for the players to get themselves together and pick their teams and their squads, because these are the all-important matches. You know, this is the semi-finals and the finals. It's the make or break stage of the tournament. So while we're getting the players ready, I want to know from you guys in the chat, who do you guys think is going to win the NBA championship this season? In fact, the NBA themselves have launched their own predictor challenge. So if you head over to any of the NBA's European social media accounts, you can find a little link where you can hit that, put in all your predictions, and it produces a really nice little graphic for you, as well as the NBA have launched their own fantasy league. So you can go in there, create your fantasy team. You get a £100 million budget, or dollars, I guess, because it's the NBA. You get 100 million to pick 7 players to be on your squad each week. It's kind of like the Premier League fantasy if you've played that before. And you pick your players, you pick your squad, and depending on how well they do in the game, that's how many points you get. It's pretty simple, and I would urge you guys to all get involved, because it's very fun. You know, you can all get involved and, test your basketball knowledge. And if anything, if you're a newcomer to the game, it will teach you a thing or two about the players, because you can see, the price of the players going up and down, the value of them going up and down. So at the moment, some of the best players are around 25 to 27 million, and some of the worst players around 5 to 6 million. And you're going to see players' value fluctuate throughout the season. And then, of course, once you've done the fantasy team and once you've done your predictions, make sure you get yourself a copy of NBA 2K. And if you don't want to buy one, make sure you stay right here and follow London United on social media, because we have a ton of copies of NBA 2K to give away to you guys. Now, talking about the NBA season coming up, the players are just experiencing a minor delay. I've just got a message here. There's a minor delay coming in. So we're just going to be chatting. We're just going to be chatting about the NBA right now. We're talking about there's talk in the chat of John Wall and Boogie Cousins being dangerous in Houston. Man, I'm looking forward to seeing Houston, but the question mark is James Harden there? Or is he going to be on the move? He's saying he's unhappy there. He don't want to stay there, but they're looking good in preseason. Christian Wood as well is another player that many people forgot about, because he missed the first couple of preseason games. He was a huge addition. He was great, but I think a lot of people slept on him because he was with the Pistons, and the Pistons they're the Pistons. They're not getting much love. So Christian Wood's going to be a force, and of course you've got guys like Eric Gordon that are still there. So if you do trade James Harden, who would you trade James Harden for? That's what I want to know from you guys. Let me know in the chat. Let's get this conversation going. Where do you think he's going? There's a few options right now. There's, of course, the Miami Heat, who could give up some Tyler Herro, and who could give up Duncan Robinson, which are promising young players for Houston to rebuild with. There's, of course, the Toronto Raptors, who missed out on Giannis. Now they're looking to pivot to a plan B. Masai Ujiri, who's in charge of the Raptors, his contract ends at the end of this season, and he's in high demand as well on the managerial side of things. And then, of course, the Philadelphia 76ers, because the old general manager of Houston packed his bags and moved over to Philly this summer. So he's up in Houston. He's trying to team up with James Harden again. They were reportedly talking about trading him for Ben Simmons. Now, the report leaked that they're offering to trade Ben Simmons for James Harden. And then the general manager of Philadelphia came out and said, we're not trading Ben Simmons. But the thing is, with all these NBA trade rumors, if you guys don't know, if you're Premier League fans who don't know about the NBA, in the NBA, you trade players. Each player is on a salary. So if James Harden is making $30 million a year and you want to trade for him, you have to give back a player making $30 million, or the number of players in the trade their salaries have to total. So you can send 2 guys making 15 or 3 guys making 10, etc. So it's a little bit different to just signing and selling players like they do in football. A little bit more intricate and a little bit more difficult to acquire the players that you want. And the trading is great because it usually, I say usually because there is a little asterisk on this, it usually stops all the best players teaming up together on the best team, so it's going to be interesting to see where James Harden goes, because this season is going to be very, very unpredictable. I really don't know. The Lakers, I think, are a lock to really get back to the finals, but the Eastern Conference for me is wide open. The Celtics are looking a bit shaky. The Raptors, they're not going to be the same as they were when they won the NBA championship. And the Nets, the Bucks, they're going to be looking to run away with it. And the Sixers as well. And the Atlanta Hawks are a sleeper team. And we're getting ready to pick our teams now with the 2 fellas that are playing. We've got Kyler and we've got Drills. Let's have a look at who they match up with. They've gone for the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers. These are 2 of the most popular teams on NBA 2K because, of course, Stephen Curry and LeBron James. You don't really get 2 more powerful players than that at all in the world of basketball, because Steph with his outside shooting and LeBron with his it's LeBron. I don't need to say LeBron with anything because LeBron is an absolute force. Let's get a counter going. Can you count how many times I say Steph Curry for 3 or LeBron James with a dunk in this game? What do you think is going to happen more? More Steph 3s or more LeBron dunks? Let me know, because we're getting ready for tip-off. The ball goes up. James Wiseman, the rookie, wins the tip. He gets the ball into the hands of Draymond Green. This is the beauty of the Golden State Warriors team, is most teams, they need their point guard to have the ball in their hands at the top. Whereas with the Warriors, you've got a guy like Draymond, who's a bit unconventional, but he can run the offense. But right now, it's Andrew Wiggins with the ball in his hands with the screen from James Wiseman. LeBron gets absolutely collided by the screen, and the ball goes up, and James Wiseman throws down the lob to get the Golden State Warriors on the board. I'm looking for this to be a pretty close matchup tonight. Dennis Schroeder, of course, being guarded by Stephen Curry right now. He was a big acquisition for the LA Lakers when they traded for him, and he finds Anthony Davis inside for the slam. As me and Rambo were talking about earlier, Anthony Davis is a player who's going to be looking to try and secure the MVP award this season, because, you know, LeBron was talking about he wanted it last year. I think like this year, because the Lakers haven't had much rest, as there's a great block from King James, the Lakers haven't had much rest between the finals and the new season starting. I feel like LeBron's going to take it a little bit easier. You know, he's a little bit older. He's going into year 18. He's going to take it a little bit easier and let AD take the spotlight. And then when it comes to the playoffs, when it comes to the finals, that's when he's really going to turn up the heat a notch. James Wiseman with a big rebound. I want to know how the rookie does this year as well, because, you know, being picked in the lottery or at the number 2 pick, traditionally you're picked by bad teams. But James Wiseman's found a fortune of the Warriors having everyone injured last season as Klay Thompson knocks down a 3, and Klay's going to be injured this year too. They had the luxury of giving everyone a rest last season, acquiring that top number 2 pick, and then adding a high-quality player to an already high-quality roster. As you can see, James Wiseman is a force. He blocks Montrezl Harrell right there. Andrew Wiggins brings the ball up the court in transition. He had options, decides to go himself, but he finds Klay in the corner, foot's on the line. That one's only going to count for 2. And but the Golden State Warriors are up 6 points to 4. Los Angeles Lakers here are the away team. The Warriors are playing at their new Chase Center, which is going to be very strange playing in these empty arenas now in the NBA. Of course, they're no longer in the bubble. If you watch the NBA Finals, they were in Orlando, Disney World. They created a little bubble where the players were all living and playing, whereas now everyone's back in their regional markets. And, you know, you're having empty arenas, and I've been told that 7 of the 30 teams in the NBA are allowed to have minimum capacity crowds. So I feel like a couple thousand people might be allowed to go and watch some of these games. Just a quick reminder for you guys, Yop is giving you the chance to win a brand new PlayStation 5. Head over to the link that's in the chat right now for your chance to win. The prize draw is closing on the 23rd of December, just before midnight. So make sure you get those entries in now so you don't forget. As the Lakers come away with the ball, Dennis Schroeder lays it in and he ties up the game. This one's going to be neck and neck. This one's really going to come down to who can stay composed down the stretch or who can get out to a little run and how the other team reacts to it. We're seeing a lot of action for Andrew Wiggins here early on, which is a bit of a surprise for me, because if I'm playing as the Warriors, I'm looking to use Steph, Klay, maybe Draymond, but Andrew Wiggins isn't the guy that I'd really go with. And the Lakers are back on offense. KCP takes it to the rack. He's fouled. What I love about this Lakers team as well is, you know, they've got so much versatility with the roster, especially with the breakout of the rookie, Talent Horton, not the rookie, he's a sophomore now, Talent Horton Tucker. He is one of the youngest players in the NBA, even though he's in his second year. He had that experience last year, and he's been putting up great performances in the preseason. And I feel like he's put up a 30-point game. He had 18 the other night. He's earned his place on the roster. You know, he's really earning some minutes right now. And of course, you've got guys like Alex Caruso. Quentin Cook's going to be back with them as well. There's no more Danny Green as he's been traded away. And the Lakers really have a good depth of rotation as well, which is such a key if you're looking to make a championship run. Whereas a team like the Warriors, I know they got Kelly Oubre and they've got a few other pieces, Kent Bazemore, but I really don't think that they've got the depth to match up with a team like the LA Lakers. And this is a matchup that I believe we could potentially be seeing in the first round of the NBA playoffs, because the Warriors, they might even fall into the 8th seed because the NBA rules have changed this season. So now any team that finishes between 7th and 10th, as long as they're within a certain amount of games, there's going to be a new play. And as LeBron James goes down the lane and throws down the two-handed jam, takes a 1-point lead. There's a 5-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock because the Warriors have possession. They're trying to get back. Stephen Curry's got the ball at the top. He calls for the screen. He's using that shifty handle, but he loses the ball. Dennis Schroeder comes away with a steal, but it's knocked out of bounds, and the Warriors will maintain possession with just 10 seconds left on the shot clock. They need to get themselves a good look here. Otherwise, the Lakers will have the chance to extend the lead. And Steph Curry blows by everyone, gets into the lane. He finds Klay for the contested mid-ranger, but Klay Thompson, it doesn't matter if there's a defender on him. Klay Thompson is knocking that down. Dennis Schroeder has the ball. Last 3 seconds on the clock. Trez drives inside. The ball stripped from Montrezl Harrell. Ball comes on the court, and that's going to be the end of the first period of play. The Golden State Warriors are up by 1. What a close first quarter. The team's going back and forth. As you can see, the banners hanging up there, the Warriors who have been so dominant over the last 10 years, they're looking to get back to those ways. I feel like they've got to wait until next season when Klay Thompson returns. It's such a shame that he is out injured. But we're going to see some substitutions being made. Eric Pascoe, who played some minutes there at the end of the first quarter, is going to stay in the game. Looks like Drills didn't make any changes, but it's going to be Kyler who inbounds with the Los Angeles Lakers here at the Yop Esports Championship with London United. LeBron James finds himself in an acre of space, and if you leave King James open, there's a reason he's called King James. He's knocking that down. This isn't the LeBron from early in his career who couldn't shoot. This is LeBron James refined like a well-oiled machine. He can do it all. Steph Curry responds with a 3 of his own. That's the danger about playing against the Golden State Warriors. There's always going to be a threat from downtown, and as soon as you go out to that, they've got the ability and the quickness to penetrate inside and find open looks. As LeBron penetrates inside with a little double pump in the air as he throws down another dunk. They're going for the isolation with Stephen Curry right here. He's got his man on it. He's got his man on him. Let's see what Steph Curry cooks up. He calls for the screen. The offensive player slips the screen. Steph Curry's trying to get free using his handles. Dennis Schroeder doing a great job of defending. I don't know why he's trying to take a charge there. It's a little bit of a cheesy move. Steph Curry throws up the beautiful lob pass to his teammate who throws it down. I feel like the whole of the NBA is kind of relieved that Kevin Durant decided to leave the Golden State Warriors, because imagine in a world where Stephen Curry and, oh my Lord, LeBron James, he dunked it so hard the Warriors had to call a timeout. As I was saying, if Kevin Durant was suiting up for the Warriors this season alongside Stephen Curry, then the entire scope on who's favorites is going to be completely changed. But he's over in Brooklyn. Me and Rambo spoke about this a little bit in the pregame. I want to know what you guys are thinking of the Nets, because I'm a Boston Celtics fan and they destroyed us last night, and I'm a little bit scared of what they're going to do because they're looking dangerous. Andrew Wiggins once again with the ball in his hands. Kelly Oubre comes to set the screen. Anthony Davis can't get through the screen. There's the lob pass, but with LeBron and AD clogging that paint, there's no way that ball is getting through. KCP thinks about the shot. He pump fakes, gets it back to LeBron. He thought about the shot as well, but he's quite far out. Takes it inside. He settles in the mid-range, gets it to Marc Gasol. Gets the ball back to LeBron James. There's a lot of pump fakes going on right now. A lot of pump faking. We need to see some shot making as Marc Gasol puts up the 3 and knocks down the 3. Marc Gasol, of course, I think he's not the prime Marc Gasol. If this was 2013, this would be a whole different conversation when he was one of the best defenders in the NBA. But he is a veteran big man. He's got the experience of winning the championship with the Toronto Raptors, and that's going to be so valuable. And I think the biggest part is how much more offense is open now. You saw in his preseason debut with the Lakers, just, the plays that he was making from that high post and that mid post area, it gives the Lakers a whole nother dimension to their offense as LeBron James lays the ball in off the glass. And the Lakers are getting out to a little bit of a lead now. LeBron James has 13 and he has the Lakers up by 6 points. Rossi in the chat is saying that he hopes LeBron and Bronny get a couple years together in the league. LeBron's son, Bronny James, is looking like an absolute monster. If you've seen the pictures of him recently, he's for someone his age, he's put on a lot of strength and a lot of size. And if LeBron can keep doing what he's doing, I don't see LeBron stopping anytime soon. It's not looking like he's coming close to retirement. As Steph Curry has the entire defense looking at him, he needs to make a play right here, because everyone's swarming. Wiggins was open at the top, but they decided to not pass the ball back to Wiggins, instead knock down the mid-ranger. But yeah, LeBron James, I feel like he could play for at least 5 more years. He looks like he's still in his prime, which is crazy for a guy in his mid-30s. But if he can play long enough that he can play alongside his son, then that's something that, that's history being made in the NBA. And LeBron James gets down to the bucket, lays the ball in. Once again, he's leading the Lakers in scoring with 15 points. The rest of his team only have 9, and LeBron's only 3 away from tying the score that the Warriors have currently got. I think Drills needs to step it up here. His offense is looking a bit stagnant, a bit stationary. As Steph Curry finds Kelly Oubre on the wing, Kelly Oubre knocks down the trifecta. As I said, it was looking a little bit stationary, and that's the thing about the Golden State Warriors offense. Even if you do stand still with Steph, the whole defense has to worry about him. But this is where you got to lock in. The bites on the pump fake. LeBron James, wow. 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 You see that reverse jam. Don't be silly. Come on, no one's stopping King James when he gets into the lane like that. He's just flexing the takeover badges on, which means his skill attributes have been increased whilst you see the little flames around him. His skill attributes have increased. And of course, he's a playmaker. So when he passes the ball to his teammates, their attributes also increase, as you see Dennis Schroeder knocking down that shot there. There's 8 seconds left in the first half of play. The Lakers are up by 7. Let's see who gets the final shot and what the score will be at the end of this quarter. Gets the ball. Oh, it's another great defensive play from the Los Angeles Lakers as they go into halftime with the lead. It's 28 points to 21 for the LA Lakers. Let's see if Golden State can make a comeback here in this third quarter. And, you know, as you watch this, I want to know, you guys in the chat, let's get active. Let's get this conversation going, as there's another and one for LeBron James, who's really out here flexing. I want to know, have you guys played 2K? Have you not played 2K? If you haven't played 2K, let me know. You can let me know by following London United and tweeting. Tell London United on Twitter, I've never played 2K, and let us know your console. And some of you will be gifted a copy of NBA 2K. So get involved. Let us know what consoles you're playing on. You can try out over this Christmas period. You know, we're all going to be stuck in the house. Klay Thompson puts up another 3. That's money every time. Klay Thompson has one of the most beautiful shooting forms in all of basketball. If you're trying to learn how to play basketball and you want to study a player, don't study Steph Curry. You can never replicate Steph Curry. But you study Klay Thompson, you're going to be on the money every time. Downs Klay Thompson as KCP knocks that one down. The Lakers lead is extended to double digits. Also, make sure you're active on the Sports Buff overlays on this Twitch stream, because we're going to be giving away a HyperX headset and a BioSynergy wellness voucher as well. So make sure you're involved, and also keep an eye on the chat for your chance to win a PlayStation 5. And there's Marc Gasol again at the top of the key, knocks that one down. The Lakers have lost JaVale McGee and Dwight Howard, but, you know, adding someone like Gasol and adding Montrezl Harrell, don't think you're going to be missing those guys too much. Now, I think if you guys don't know about the NBA, this season is the season you need to lock in and learn, because season starts on the 22nd, or UK, it's going to be midnight, so Tuesday midnight. So technically the 23rd, but I'm calling it the 22nd. We're getting the season underway. We've got 2 great opening night matchups. We've got the Golden State Warriors, who you're seeing here, facing up against the Brooklyn Nets, where it's going to be a little bit of a rivalry match. First part of that rivalry is Stephen Curry versus Kyrie Irving. They had famous battles in the NBA Finals, with Kyrie Irving hitting a famous shot over Golden State to secure the championship for the Cavaliers. The second part to the rivalry is Kevin Durant recently left the Golden State Warriors and opted to play for the Brooklyn Nets instead. So he's returning to face his former team. So that's going to be an interesting one. And then after that, at 3 a.m., if you're in the late night gang, make sure you get some coffee on the go, or a Red Bull, or whatever you guys use to stay awake. We've got the Lakers and the Clippers, the rivalry between the 2 LA teams. You're seeing the Lakers on display right now. But if you don't know about the Clippers, they've got Kawhi Leonard and Paul George going to be looking to redeem themselves after what was a disappointing exit from the NBA playoffs. They threw away a 3-1 lead to the Denver Nuggets. And the Golden State Warriors turned the ball over again. The Lakers lead is in double digits, as I said earlier. Some defense being played by Golden State. Anthony Davis is just inside the paint. He's just doing work down low. He gets the defender to buy on a pump fake, but he can't get the finish. Draymond Green, previous defensive player of the year, one of the best defenders in the league. He gets the stop, and it's on the outlet pass. The Warriors are back on defense now. It's really an end-to-end game as the tempo starts to pick up. I feel like Golden State need to slow this down so they can lock in on defense. I know they're down, but it's still early in the third. There's still 2 minutes to go. Questions in the chat is who's your GOAT? Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this to you, because this is the question. You know, when people know about me, when they find out what I do for a living, and I'm the basketball guy, I'm the NBA guy, whatever. Everyone asks me, who's the GOAT? I'm going to say there's only one GOAT, and it's Michael Jordan. Because if you watch The Last Dance, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. Michael Jordan's career was like a Cinderella story. Yes, he faced adversity early on, but he conquered that, and he was the most dominant player. He was so good, he took a break to go play baseball, then came back to flex again. Then he retired again, and he could just do whatever he wanted. LeBron James, don't get me wrong, is definitely second on that list, and there is nothing wrong with being the second greatest player of all time, as Steph Curry, who's the greatest shooter of all time, knocks down that three. There's nothing wrong with being the second greatest player of all time. A lot of LeBron fans get upset when you say that, but I just think, there's a few things in LeBron's career that will prevent him from being the GOAT. The 2011 finals. I know you guys might not want to talk about that, but I want to know. Here's my question. We talked about the GOAT. My question is, do you think London United should put together a 2K team and hold some tryouts? Who would want to get involved? Because you may even have a special guest being your coach. Special guest being Mo Mutsi, a.k.a. me. Let me know. But in the meantime, the Lakers are up by 11 as the third quarter winds down. The Golden State Warriors are really going to be left with an uphill battle going into the fourth. They need to get a couple of scores down here with these last two possessions. Stephen Curry throws up the lob. That's blocked. You want to play it safe. You don't want to be throwing lob passes when you're down. You want to be playing it safe. You want to go for the simple finish. You could have drove the baseline, finished with a layup right there. Instead, you're throwing lob passes when there's defenders in the lane. Not the look you want to go for, but Steph Curry, once again, an unstoppable shooting talent, gets the three to go from the corner, cuts the lead down to single digits, but the Lakers have the chance to hold for the last shot here, with Dennis Schroeder receiving the pick and roll from Marc Gasol. Marc Gasol flared instead of rolling to the bucket, but Dennis Schroeder is fouled by the rookie James Wiseman. He's going to head to the line. He knocks down the first. Can he knock down the second? Yes, he can, and the lead is back up to 10 points with 2.4 seconds remaining. We need Steph or Klay to get a quick look here. Well, Steph's not in the game. Klay's there, but he didn't get the ball, and that's a timeout being called. That's a timeout being called. They can't advance the ball until the fourth quarter, but it gives you a chance to make some substitutions and get a game plan going to draw up this final bucket. As you can see, Stephen Curry is checking back in to this game to get this final shot. I'm seeing a lot of love in the chat for the London United 2K team. That's definitely something we're going to have to talk about behind the scenes over here. Because I feel like we've got a lot of talented 2K players in the UK. A lot of talented 2K players. We have, just wait for the next semi-final. And you're going to see one of the UK's finest. As that shot can't go, the Lakers carry a 10-point lead into the fourth quarter. And we're back for the fourth quarter of action here at the Yop Esports Championship semi-final on NBA 2K21. Golden State Warriors face an uphill task, recovering from this 10-point deficit against the reigning NBA champions, the LA Lakers. For you guys who were talking about the London United 2K team, if you would like to be involved in any capacity, feel free to shoot a DM to London United on Twitter, and then we can make some progress from there. We'd love to have you guys involved, whether you want to be playing, whether you want to be commentating like I am right now as Steph Curry finishes with the nice lay-in on the inside. Send us DM over to LDN UTD, London United, over on Twitter, and we'll create some greatness. Another pick and roll with Dennis Schroeder and Marc Gasol goes to Kuz in the corner. Kuz is coming on a contract year. He's going to be out with a point to prove because he's received a lot of criticism so far. Dennis Schroeder can't get the layup to go. Ball's rebounded by Chris. Steph Curry, once again, he's going to need to get cooking. They call him the chef. They call him Chef Curry, and he needs to turn up the heat in the kitchen right now. He finds Klay in the corner. Klay Thompson in, then out. Lakers transition basketball right now. Anthony Davis. This is the beauty of having a big man that can handle the ball. He's blocked, but look at his ability to handle the ball as he goes up the court. Kelly Oubre instead comes the other way. Instead of taking the wide open layup, he throws the turnover. And that, folks, is not what you want to be doing. And I think that may be the reason that you're down in this game. You want to go for the easy bucket. If it's there for you on a plate, we're talking about Chef Curry, but if it's there for you on a plate, the chef don't need to cook. The meal is already ready. Take the layup. You're wide open at the bucket. As we see some more offense trying to be created by the Golden State Warriors. They're looking to try and maybe do something different to what's not been working so well so far, but a desperation three at the buzzer on the shot clock. Steph Curry gets it to go. That's a huge bucket. He cuts the lead down to 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a game on our hands. It's a 5-point lead. The lead has been cut down from double digits down to just 5. the Lakers have to call a timeout. And it's a little bit of an unconventional lineup that the Warriors are going with to cut into that lead with Eric Pascal and, Kelly Oubre on the court rather than Draymond and Andrew Wiggins. But it seems to be working. Let's see if the Lakers can regain their authority. LeBron James doing what LeBron James does. He drives into the lane, pump fake, gets out to Gasol. He finds AD in the corner. That's the green light. That's cash money. Word to Lil Wayne. Shouts to Welsh Geordie, who's joined us live in the chat right now. We were just talking about the talent that the UK has on NBA 2K. And I'm telling you this right now, if you've never seen Welsh Geordie play 2K, make sure you go and follow him because he's one of the most talented players I've ever seen. And bear in mind, I commentate global tournaments. And I'm telling you, Welsh Geordie is that guy. He's here to support Sam, who's going to be playing in the next game. In this game, though, semi-final number 1, LeBron James is in the paint. No 3 seconds being called. He has the lay-in to go. Too easy for LeBron using that brute strength. Sam's in the chat. Sam is in the chat as well. He's getting ready. Sam, you should be practicing, not talking in the chat right now. You should be getting ready, getting warmed up. What I've always wanted to know, though, because I do a lot of commentary for esports, but when I do stuff in real life, because I do a lot of actual NBA stuff as well, when I do stuff in real life, I go and see the players before the game. I chat to them before the game starts, and then they go and do their warm-up. So they go onto the court, they do their stretches and whatnot. But do esports athletes do stretches before they play esports? This is something I've never asked them, but I would love to know the answer. Do you do stretches for your hands, or are you like doing exercises with your eyes so that you can focus? Is that what you are on, or do you just go straight into the game? As LeBron James throws up the beautiful lob pass to Anthony Davis to throw down, the lead is back up to 9 with 1.5 minutes to go. This is really make or break time for the Golden State Warriors, who turn the ball over. Anthony Davis receives the outlet. He's right under the hoop. They're going to slow it down. They're not in a rush. They've got a 9-point lead, and they're looking to sail through to the final, where they're going to have a tough matchup of whoever comes on to semi-final number 2. Dennis Schroeder passes the baseline. Anthony Davis, once again, green light from the corner. He turns around while the ball's still in the air to celebrate and flex. And that is going to be the dagger in the coffin of the Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry, he's got the takeover badge on. He makes the shot. But is that too little, too late? Is the lead is now single digits? It's a little bit too late. My guy Welsh Geordie is saying chewing gum is the key. It exercises the brain. I hear you on that one. I'll give you a lot. If you guys are a bit younger, you're still in school and uni, I'll give you a tip, right? If you chew a certain flavor of chewing gum while you revise, chew that exact same flavor during the exam, and the smell and the taste of it will help your brain recall what you were revising when you were chewing that chewing gum in the first place. So designate one flavor of chewing gum to your revision. That's just a little side note. It could help one of you guys that are locked in right now. That got me through law school. And Steph Curry throws up the shot. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a Lakers victory here as the clock winds down with just 22 seconds to go. King James still sitting comfortable on his throne as we go down. And we're going to be getting ready for semi-final number 2 after this. So make sure that you stay locked in. Make sure you stay with us. Make sure you stay live in the chat because you could win a PS5 of your very own thanks to Yop and Asda, who have come together for this competition. Steph Curry gets the 3 to 4, but that is definitely too little, too late as the Lakers hold on for the victory with 56 points to 47. What a game that was. It started off very close, and then the Lakers pulled out ahead, and they really got busy with it. And we're going to get ready for semi-final number 2. The players are just warming up. Let me just check how they're doing. Shout out to Drills, who unfortunately couldn't get the W on that one, but Kyler is going to make it through to the finals of the Yop Esports Championship. But the question is, who's he going to be facing? I hope you guys are ready for semi-final number 2. I'm just seeing that the players are almost ready. They're just about to go and pick their teams. So just stay here, stay locked in. If you haven't yet, as I said earlier, if you weren't here when I said it, follow London United on Twitter, tweet them with what console you have, and you might even receive a copy of NBA 2K if you're enjoying the action that's going on here. And also send a DM over to London United if you're trying to get involved with the potential London United 2K team. Tryouts will be coming soon, and my brother Rambo is back in the place. Rambo, what did you make of that one? A little bit closer than some of the games we saw back in the quarterfinals.
That was tight, man. I'm fearing when Sam the Ruler comes on, because the way he destroyed that lad a couple of nights ago, this was tighter. It was entertaining. I prefer the tightness. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to see someone get crushed when it comes to NBA, because you got to prep. I'm going to ask you something. You said, do like gaming and esports athletes warm themselves up? And they said with chewing gum. Now, I don't like chewing gum personally. How do you warm up for commentating? Because your jaw's doing a lot.
You know what? I've thought about this, but bro, I just come in and I source it down. You know the vibes with it. I just come in and I just talk my talk. I don't do no warm up. I don't do no preparation. I live this game. I love this game and I live this game. So if we're talking buckets, if we're talking hoops, I'm always ready. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, and I'm ready anytime, any place. So you know the vibes with it, bro.
I love that. Right. You know, the funniest thing is, I knew that was going to be the response the whole time. I was like, I know exactly what he's going to say.
You know me too well, bro. You know me too well. But the thing is, how am I supposed to prepare for commentary? Like, is there jaw exercises that you can do? What do commentators do? Like, I'd love to know.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe if I get a chance to chat to another commentator, I'll ask them. But I think a lot of people, when they do presenting, I got told someone back in the days, goes by the name of Gary Lineker, he used to practice with a mirror in front of him before he went live. He doesn't do that anymore because the guy's the GOAT. But I've never thought to do that. I don't want to see myself before I go live. I know what I look like. I know what I sound like. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like it's better if it comes off naturally. You know, if you rehearse it too much, it can come off a little bit stiff and rehearsed. Whereas if you just come in comfortable, relaxed, laid back, just do what you do, then I just come in and I do me. Because whether you like it or not, that's up to you. But I'm going to do me. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to talk how I talk, do what I do. I don't need to prepare. Well, I do prepare, but I don't prepare exactly what I'm going to say. Do you know what I mean? Maybe a few notes here and there, but I think it's also easier when you have a co-commentator. I'm doing all of these on my own, which is very tricky. But if you watch any NBA broadcast, they have at least 2 commentators, usually 3, and they have sideline reporters and studio analysts. Whereas here, it's me for the whole game, all 4 quarters of Mo.
Yeah, man. And in between, you get a little bounce off me. Right, time for a quick ad break. Mo and me will be back straight after.
Yop, a snack you can drink. Supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.
Welcome back, people. I hope that break wasn't too long for you. We've got a quick VT, and then we're going to be back with the NBA, and it comes from Billy Abbott from Morley College. Oh, I've got my own.
Esports at Morley College is a creative program aimed at age of 16 and over, where we learn very creative and competitive skills. The best thing about this course is learning these skill sets, which include creative skills, graphic skills, and also competitive skills. So working as a team with your teammates when you're playing competitively, and also having communication skills.
My favourite thing about the course is probably being able to play games and do work with not only my classmates but also my teammates.
I'm happy and excited to be part of the new industries, and which is going to allow me to get new careers and jobs in the future.
My advice for anyone wanting to join the course would be to know that it's not just gaming, and that it's more so to get more skilled in the industry and also to better learn your teammates.
That was a beat at the end, wasn't it? That was an absolute beat. That was from Billy Abbott, who led the social media management session. Now, I want to just quickly, I'm going to rattle through this very quickly, but at this point, the other day, we had a coughing fit. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen. I had my little sip. We're all good. I've got the producer laughing in my ears. The next game is ready, but we've got very quickly. We've got a video from Staffordshire Uni. Let's draw that VT, and I'll explain after what it is.
Do you want to make a difference? The world has never been bigger, and yet it seems smaller than ever. Workers are staying at home and finding new ways to connect to global communities. And whether you're an inventor, a creator, or an entrepreneur, the future is here. Be a part of an institution that has over 100 years' experience in adapting to an ever-changing world. An institution addicted to making a difference. We are Staffordshire University, and we see your potential.
There you go. I told you I would explain after. Had to avoid the cough. The next game is ready, but that was from Staffordshire Uni. They were involved in their video editing workshop, which was supported by Blast, ESI, 1080 Media. And now, Mo, over to you. There was no coughing, but you were laughing in my ears. I don't appreciate that.
It just came in the memory of the last stream we did where you just started coughing. You just plugged the drink and we were talking about the favorite drinks we have, and then you just started coughing out of nowhere. But we're going to get straight into the semi-final number 2, where it's going to be 2 very talented NBA 2K21 players. We talked about Sam the Ruler already. We also have Overhand going up against him. I believe we're going to see the Golden State Warriors once again, and Sam the Ruler, who used Milwaukee so well in the quarterfinals with that performance that absolutely eviscerated his opponent, is going to be using the Milwaukee Bucks once more. And the players ready to go. Has he clicked the Washington Wizards by accident, or did he mean to go with the Wizards? Because they've got Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal. If he is going with the Wizards, I'm very excited to see this. Also, Overhand has changed. I've just got a word from the producer. Overhand has changed to the Washington Wizards. I really, really respect this, because so far everyone, and I mean everyone, has used the Lakers or the Bucks or the Warriors. So this is the first time we're getting a little bit of variety, and I'm going to be interested to see how the Washington Wizards do in real life, because Russell Westbrook, that was a shock to me how he got traded from Houston over to Washington in exchange for John Wall, because John Wall hasn't played. By the way, if you're trying to get really good at 2K, watch what Sam is doing right now with his tactics and try and copy that next time you play, because this man is a professional. So, yeah, John Wall hasn't played in 2 years, but came out preseason for Houston looking good. Maybe, I don't know how Russ is looking on the Wizards, but I feel like Russ is now mature enough at a point in his career to, as Giannis gets into the lane and throws down a dunk, get used to seeing that one on this game. John Wall's matured, and so is Russell Westbrook, both in their own rights. And I feel like they're both going to have to take a backseat to the shooting guards on their team, both Bradley Beal and James Harden, who I think are the best and second best shooting guards in the league right now, because they're absolutely scoring machines. And the point guards, as great as John Wall and Russell Westbrook are, as Giannis Euro steps his way to the bucket, but he can't make it. As great as they are as point guards, sometimes you need to know when to get your teammates involved rather than just gunning it for yourself. As the Washington Wizards take a lead, man, this is really interesting. The Washington Wizards have such an interesting team. Like guys like Rui Hachimura, the second-year player from Japan. And then they've got Denny Avdia, the European who was drafted this year in the draft lottery. He's had an impressive preseason. He didn't miss a shot for his first 2 games. It was crazy to see him even miss a shot in that 3rd game that he played. So, the Washington Wizards are really going to be surprised. And then Thomas Bryant, who was fine today for his little altercation with Blake Griffin. Shall we say that? If you guys didn't see that, go check the highlights, because that was a fun game to watch between the Pistons and the Wizards. But here are the Washington Wizards on offense, and the Milwaukee Bucks Giannis Antetokounmpo, Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, they're looking like contenders for the Eastern Conference this season. As Giannis moves the ball up in transition, Sam finds Middleton in the corner, he pump fakes, jab steps, gets out to Drew in the corner, he gets it back up to Giannis, who drives the lane, finds Middleton back in the corner. It's a green light, and it's all money all the way in. Chris Middleton, a highly efficient shooter, shot over 40% from 3 just a season ago. You don't want to leave him open. Unless it's late in the playoffs, because he doesn't seem to have the best composure in those situations. But nevertheless, this isn't the playoffs. This is the NBA 2K section of the Yop Esports Championship. So while you're here, while you're watching these two do battle on the court in this close matchup between the Bucks and the Wizards as Giannis throws down the reverse jam, make sure you're following London United on both Twitter and Instagram. Tweet us. Let us know what consoles you guys are rocking with, because we might surprise you with a copy of NBA 2K21 for you to get involved with. And keep an eye on the chat, because there is a competition to win your very own PlayStation 5. I know Christmas is coming up, and I know how hard it is to secure the PS5. So this might be your best chance. This might be your only chance. So make sure you're getting involved with the competition that is brought to you by Yop and in conjunction with Asda. So here's Giannis. He's just really looking to break down his opponent's blow by, get to the rack, and that was a defensive 3-second violation. So there will be a technical free throw being shot, and the ball will go back to the Milwaukee Bucks. You know, if you're new to the world of the NBA, let me just catch you up. You can't spend longer than 3 seconds in the paint, which is that painted area. You see that little green box in the middle of the court? Giannis with another reverse jam. This is what Sam started doing in the quarterfinals, and it got really out of hand when he found his rhythm with Giannis. Boy, oh boy, he's pretty much impossible to stop. And that's the other thing why I think the Wizards were an interesting choice, because they don't really have that lockdown wing defender that you can match up with Giannis. You know, if I saw my opponent was going to rock with the Milwaukee Bucks, then I probably would go with someone like the LA Clippers, because I've got a Kawhi Leonard and I've got a Paul George and I've got even a little bit of a Marcus Morris that I can throw different looks at Giannis as the inside look goes for the Washington Wizards. It's currently 12-10 in favor of the Milwaukee Bucks. But yeah, I would have gone for a team with a little bit of a stronger defensive presence as another shot falls for the big man from Milwaukee. Another player that's going to be key for the Wizards here, though, is Davis Bertans, also known as the Latvian Laser. If you didn't know, then you need to get to know. They paid him a big bag this year. He secured the bag in a major way. And, you know, when you shoot like he does from the outside, then you deserve it. You know, go get paid, young fella, because shooters of that efficiency don't come along that often in the NBA. There's a lot of shooters. There's not a lot that are that efficient as Drew Holiday takes it to the rack and finishes. He's going to be bringing his veteran experience over to Milwaukee, currently shooting 86% from the field as they've got a 6-point lead. Dante DiVincenzo, however, does commit the foul, and Bradley Beal is going to head to the line. Bradley Beal, who wasn't an All-Star last year, who I think most definitely should have been an All-Star and should be an All-Star this year, is one of the most talented two guards. Let me down there by missing the free throw. But don't let that distract you from the fact that he is one of the most talented guards in the NBA. He can score on the inside, he can score on the outside. You know, he's a better defender than you might think as well. He's a highly efficient 3-point shooter. And, you know, if he just had a few better teammates around him, like he does this year now, then it's going to be interesting. As you see, Bertans missed the 3, but the ball comes back to the Washington Wizards. There's 1 minute left to play here in this first quarter. The Milwaukee Bucks are up by 6 points. The takeover badge is on for Chris Middleton, who drains the bucket, and he showboat, and he turned around before the bucket had even dropped in. You know, that's when you know you're heated. That's when you know you're heated. If the takeover badge wasn't a good enough symbol, that's when you know you're straight flexing. With 45 seconds to go, the Milwaukee Bucks steal the ball. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the reigning defensive player of the year. You can see why he's the defensive player of the year. Gets it to Chris Middleton. Another big 3. He turns around with his hand in the air. You're absolutely right in the chat right now. Drew Holiday is a major upgrade over Bledsoe. And the key for that pickup of Drew Holiday, as I said the other day, is unlocking Middleton. Now he doesn't have the pressure of being a number 2 option. He's a number 3 option. He has a little bit more freedom, a little bit less pressure on him to make those big plays. And Drew Holiday offers so much more offense than Eric Bledsoe did. He didn't really offer any offense, unless it's maybe transition, because he couldn't shoot the ball too well. As Giannis blows by and punches in another dunk. Rambo was saying earlier he didn't want to see someone getting absolutely destroyed here, But the Milwaukee Bucks are up 14, heading towards the last 10 seconds of the first quarter. Can the Washington Wizards try and close this gap before we move on to the second? And they will have the chance to, because Drew Holiday commits his first personal foul, and the Wizards are heading to the free throw line. And he knocks down the second, and the Milwaukee The Milwaukee Bucks are up by 32 points to 17. Sam, the ruler, showing why he is known as the ruler, because he, throughout this tournament, has been looking ridiculously good. And if this second quarter of play is anything like the first, then Overhand, my brother, I'm sorry, you're in for a very, very long evening in this game. There is no mercy rule, so, who knows how much the league can get up to. But Overhand has refocused, adapted, came back, got his first bucket of the second quarter to go. But how are you going to stop Giannis? That's how you're going to do it. You're going to steal the ball out of his hands when he's trying to dribble and then penetrate and then come down the court and score with easy buckets, easy layups. That's exactly what you want to do. Another steal on Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is exactly the game plan we were talking about. Denny gets the ball out. Let's see what the Washington Wizards run with right now. There's the big screen. Gets inside for the lay-in and add 2 points there. The lead has been cut down all of a sudden to just 9 points. Ish Smith with the bucket. Ish Smith, if you didn't know, may be very small, but is one of the fastest players in the NBA. He put up one of the fastest sprint times at the NBA Draft Combine. If you don't know what the Draft Combine is, it's a series of tests that players go through before they're eligible, before they enter the NBA Draft. He's got ridiculous speed, and that's why you see him coming away with those steals. And Giannis Antetokounmpo showing why he's the defensive player of the year. He couldn't maintain the possession, but no doubt he got the block. We're talking about the MVP, two-time MVP, back-to-back. Can Giannis go for a third MVP this year? I personally don't see that happening, as Chris Middleton knocks down another triple. I don't see that happening. The reason why, first of all, the MVP is voted on by media members mostly. And I feel like a lot of people get bored of the same guy always winning it. That's why LeBron James doesn't have as many MVPs as he should have. Same, I think, with a few other players in NBA history. Kobe Bryant should have more MVPs than he does. But it's one of those narrative-based results as Giannis steals the ball again, gets to the rack, and lays this one in off the glass. And he's on fire once again, building up a bit more of that lead. And the lead that was single digits a few moments ago is at risk of one bucket away from being a 20-point lead. So my top three MVP candidates for this year. My number one candidate is Luka Doncic, as we spoke about. He's going to be carrying that Mavs team. I think Paul isn't reliable enough. He gets injured quite a lot, so Luka's going to have to carry them. My number two is probably going to be Anthony Davis, because the game just comes so easily to him as Giannis comes away with the ball again. The defensive player of the year gets it to DiVincenzo, who goes inside for the lay-in. AD, he's going to be a shout, mainly because he brings it on both ends of the court, which always boosts your MVP chances. And I feel like, LeBron's giving him the keys. We talked about this in the last game. It's going to be AD's regular season to run around with, and then LeBron's going to come in and overtake in the playoffs. Sam, the ruler, once again playing more excellent defense. He's got a 20-point lead, and Chris Middleton shoots. Chris Middleton scores. How many times have we seen that tonight? Chris Middleton has 21 points already. He's 7 from 7 from the field, and he's not taken a shot from inside the paint yet. He's absolutely raining down buckets. And then my third contender for MVP this season, Giannis down the lane with the dunk. It has to be Giannis. He's obviously going to be up there, but like I said, I feel like there's an outside shout. And this is a total wild card, so don't quote me on this, but I feel like Devin Booker may have a chance of becoming the MVP this season. The reason being, we saw Chris Paul win OKC last season. He really unlocked Dennis Schroeder to have the best season of his career. He really helped Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to improve his basketball skills. And, just from his presence of being in practice and his skills and his experience and his wisdom, that helps other guards so much. But also, we saw how good Devin Booker was when the Suns finally got a true point guard to put next to him and Ricky Rubio last year. Now that they've got an upgrade in Chris Paul, he's going to be even better. Add to that the fact that DeAndre Ayton is going to improve and a few other guys on their roster. Jay Crowder's bringing that veteran presence as well. They re-signed Dario Saric, who's a great piece off the bench. Giannis throws down another dunk. But yeah, Devin Booker is really just going to be tasked with going out there and getting buckets. And I feel like he could put up some serious numbers this year. We know he's capable of scoring. The boy had a 70-point game when he was like 20 years old. He's a walking bucket. So he's my outside shout. He's my very, very much outside shout. And Thomas Bryant gets called for the illegal screen. In the NBA, if you're setting a screen, both feet have to be stationary. You cannot be moving when you set that screen. Giannis Antetokounmpo with 25 points. How many points did he put up in the quarterfinals for Sound the Ruler? I believe it may have been 60 points. As he attempts a three, that one doesn't go. Giannis still needs to work on his outside game in real life, and that will help his 2K rating to increase. That's what you want to do. If you're down Bradley Beal and the Washington Wizards, you want to get into the paint. You want to get high percentage looks, and if you don't get them, you want to get fouled because the clock stops and you can shoot your free throws. Gets the second to go. Trying to cut into this monstrous lead that Sam the Ruler has built up as there's under a minute to go in the first half of play between the Bucks and the Wizards in the Yop Esports Gaming Championships. There's the corner three. That's money all day long. The big ragu with that. Overhand is trying to respond with some plays of his own, but it's very tough when you throw turnovers like that and this swarming Milwaukee defense. Chris Middleton shoots another triple. He can't hit that one. His hot shooting streak comes to an end, and the Washington Wizards come away down the court with the ball. An ill-advised shot from the corner rushed. They could have held for that final shot here. There's a 1 second difference between the game clock and the shot clock for the Milwaukee Bucks. And Drew Holiday green lights all round. Sam the Ruler has really found his rhythm here in the second quarter. He got off to a little shaky start and the lead was cut down, but ever since then, he hasn't looked back. His foot is fully down on the gas pedal. As we take it into the halftime break, the Milwaukee Bucks are leading 58 points to 26. Back here for the second half of action at the Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee. Shout out to the owners of the Milwaukee Bucks. They really pumped money into their franchise and making this team the heart and soul of that Milwaukee community. I've never been to Wisconsin. It's never really appealed to me, but they've signed Giannis for 5 more years, and I feel like I need to take a trip to go see my guy balling out. Because if he plays anything like Sam the Ruler is playing with him right now, then I need to be seeing that in real life. I remember watching him at the All-Star game going one-on-one with LeBron, and that was crazy. That was some of the craziest basketball I've ever seen. As Giannis Euro steps inside for the lay-in off the glass, he's got 27 points. He's 1 point away from outscoring the entire Washington Wizards team on his own. As Denny gets the bucket to go, overhand trying to slowly chip away at this, but what's going to kill him in the end is the turnovers that he's thrown and the lack of defense. Right now, the lane is wide open. You need to be packing the paint against this Milwaukee team. When you're playing against a team that has a guy like Giannis, you've got to force him to beat you with jump shooting. Look, you see that the free throw misses. You've got to force him to beat you with the shooting. I want to be running the zone. I want to be packing the paint. I want to be saying no easy looks. I want to be saying, I don't care who's on the court for me. I'll put in my 12th man, and he's just going to foul you when you come to the bucket. There's going to be nothing easy. You're going to have to earn it at the line. This is what we saw in the early 2000s, right? With then people ask me what I think of Giannis Antetokounmpo. The comparison I make is a bit of a weird one, but I feel like it works because they're not the same type of player. They don't play in the same style, but they are very dominant forces. I compare Giannis Antetokounmpo to Shaquille O'Neal. Now, Shaq, obviously, back to the basket, big force, big, heavy center. Giannis, a more refined athlete who throws up the lob to Drew Holiday, throw it down. Giannis is more athletic. He's quicker. He's a lot more ripped, and he plays a different style of basketball, but they're both so dominant on the court without a jump shot and without a great free throw. The way that teams, it was Greg Popovich who spearheaded it, the way teams stopped Shaquille O'Neal, as the Milwaukee Bucks offense is really cooking. Open looks under the bucket. The way that teams tried to stop Shaquille O'Neal was with the hack a Shaq strategy. if you don't know what the hack a Shaq strategy is, it simply means you hack Shaq and you force him to shoot free throws. That's all it is. Anytime the ball gets in his hands, you foul him before he can get a shot off, because you know with a player that shoots like 50, 60% from the line, you'd rather take those chances, because what does he shoot on dunk attempts? Like 90%. You'd much rather them try and get 2 points from 2 free throws at the line rather than just putting the ball in the bucket. Now, I just want to give you guys a quick reminder of what the players are playing for right here. As Brook Lopez gets inside with the lovely footwork and finish, the winner of the Yop Esports 2K21 Championship is going to win a Noble Chair Hero Black Edition, the HyperX Stinger headset, and a Mamba edition of NBA 2K21. And of course, you know it's only right, we're giving them a bunch of London United merch. The second place player will win a HyperX Stinger headset and a copy of 2K21 and some merch as well. And the third and fourth players, that's both semi-finalists. So even if you don't take the W in these semi-finals, you both go home with a HyperX Stinger headset, which I'm told are absolutely top-notch quality. I do agree that Shaquille O'Neal is the most dominant player of all time, but you know, as time evolves, we're going to see more and more dominant players coming in. Like imagine Zion Williamson when he grows and gets that grown man strength. Right now, we're seeing a child in Zion Williamson. When he becomes a man and he gets that strength, he's going to be scary because he's already ripping the ball out of the hand of the defender, you know, dunking on whoever he wants and getting any rebound he wants. The Wizards missed the layup. It's great defense from Sam. That's what I love. It looks impressive on the scoreboard because he puts up crazy numbers. However, it all starts on the defensive side of things. It all starts on the defensive side of things. And you'll see that as the game progresses. It's all through the stops, and it's the bench unit right now for Milwaukee that are playing. You said, Giannis, get some rest. We've got a finals match to play. You know, Wilt Chamberlain, no doubt, was a dominant player, but who was he playing against? That's my question. Who was Wilt Chamberlain really going to? First of all, there was only, 14 teams in the league when he played? Second of all, a lot of those guys that he went up against weren't fully professional basketball players. A lot of them just played basketball for fun and had other careers. It's a beautiful feed inside to Bertans from John Wall. Not John Wall, sorry. That's my bad. That's Russell Westbrook. I'm so used to seeing John Wall in the Wizards jersey rather than Russell Westbrook. That's going to take some getting used to. Russell Westbrook, of course, is a triple-double machine. How many triple-doubles do you think Russ is? Do you think Russ is going to average another triple-double this season? Because only really Oscar Robertson did that until Russell Westbrook came along. So do you think he's going to get another one here with the Wizards? And it's 45 seconds left in the third quarter. The Milwaukee Bucks are up astronomical proportions. And there's another turnover from Washington. So the lead is looking to be extended right here. I want to see some minutes for Giannis's brother, Thanasis, who's on the Bucks roster. I had an interesting challenge set for me recently. If any of you guys are fans of NBA 2K, the NBA themselves set me 5 challenges to complete with the My NBA mode on NBA 2K21. And one of the challenges they set for me was to see whether or not I could win a championship with all 3 of the Antetokounmpo brothers in the starting lineup of a roster. So if you want to see how that got on, and spoiler alert, I did eventually win a championship, but if you want to see what that team looked like, NBA Europe YouTube channel. And while you head over there, make sure you head over to London United on Twitter and Instagram to follow that as well. And look in the chat right now. Yop is giving you the chance to win a brand new PlayStation 5. Head over to the link in the chat right now for your chance to win. As the third quarter winds down, the Milwaukee Bucks have 81 points and the Washington Wizards have 38. Ladies and gentlemen, if Overhand can come back from this may be the greatest comeback I've seen in the history of NBA 2K21. In fact, what am I talking about? It might be the greatest comeback I've ever seen on 2K because this is just crazy. It's a 43-point lead. I don't think it's even mathematically possible with just 5-minute quarters on the clock. The jumper knocks down for the Milwaukee Bucks. And bear in mind, this is the Milwaukee bench unit playing. Sam the Ruler is just out here flexing. We're going to need some challengers to come at Sam for the next time we do this competition because so far he's been walking through. Scored 22 points off turnover so far and he's playing his own game. the Milwaukee Bucks made some nice pickups as well. They've got some guys like Bobby Portis here. We've got Pat Connaughton's come back. They've also got guys like Bryn Forbes, DJ Augustine, who's under the bucket now, but there's no chance the little man was getting the rebound. But as no matter what the scoreboard says, I do have to commend Overhand and give my full respects to him for picking the Washington Wizards and taking a chance with a team that not many people would take in competitive gaming. I have a lot of respect for him. I think this has been, the first quarter was extremely, extremely entertaining. But ever since the second, Sam the Ruler put his foot down on the pedal, on the gas, and he's been cooking ever since. It's going to reach the 100 mark. We had this in the quarterfinals as well. I want to know what kind of battle the final is going to be, because the final of this one, I will say this. I don't know if Sam, if you can hear me right now, but I would like to see you use a team other than the Milwaukee Bucks. Show us that you're really the ruler by pressing square when it comes to select your teams, and let 2K give you a random selection. Let's see if you're really the ruler out here. Because if you're going to name yourself the ruler, like LeBron named himself the king, and he had to come out and prove that he's the king. So Sam, if you're going to call yourself the ruler, I want to see you come out here and prove it. Because these two games so far have been far too easy for you. It's been unfair because with the Milwaukee Bucks, it's a simple game plan. You're either going to get a dunk or a layup with Giannis, and if defenders come in to help, you're going to kick it to an open shooter every time down the floor. No, Sam. Look at this. Sam is playing and typing in the chat at the same time. We were talking about Shaquille O'Neal, Wilt Chamberlain. This is a different level of dominance. He's talking in the chat while he's playing. Sam, I want you to press square when you select your next team. I don't want you to see you be the Bucks. I don't want to see you be the Bucks. I want you to see you be someone. I want to see you be the Hornets. Tell me how many points you can get with LaMelo. LaMelo's looking nice in these preseason games as well, by the way. LaMelo Ball really came straight. He had a great game against the Magic the other day. Cole Anthony as well doing work. I was chatting to Mo Bamba a couple of days ago, and he was telling me how excited he is that people are going to have the chance to see Cole Anthony balling out, because they were close together in high school. Mo's been mentoring him a little bit, and they, of course, I think they went to the same college, and now they're on the same team in Orlando. So that's going to be fun. There's some really good young players here. But you guys, in the chat, I want to set this up right now. I want you guys to tell Sam to play either as a random team or as the Hornets. Why not? Let's have some fun with it. I need you guys to tell him. Tell him for me, because this has been unfair. He's almost built up a 50-point lead, and he's played pretty much the second half with the Bucks bench. He's been playing with the bench. He's balling. He's making it so difficult to commentate. Do you know how hard it is to commentate without a co-host? Second of all, when the game is just a complete blowout, it's just unbelievable, because I can't even tell you what's happening end to end, because it's not competitive. Get commenting in the chat right now. Who do you want to see Sam play as in the final when he goes up against his opposition, which will be Kyler, who played as the Lakers, who I assume is going to keep playing as the Lakers. Kyler, if you're listening, if you guys are both really about it and you're both really trying to play and be champions, I need to see you pick random teams. Because when I play, the rules are this. When I play 2K, the best way to do it, if you're playing with your friends, right? Any of you guys get 2K for Christmas. This is the way I play 2K, right? You get to press random 3 times and you pick one of the 3 teams that comes up. And if you don't like any of the 3, you can press it a 4th time, but you got to stick with the team that comes up on the 4th selection. You don't get to change. So even if it's the Knicks or the Cavs, you've got to be them. Welsh Geordie saying, sub me in. Geordie, you got to sign up for the competition next time, my bro. I want to see you enter. I want to see you enter this competition next time, bro, because I know you got game, and I know you're going to come and flex on them. We're seeing some love in the chat right now for the Houston Rockets, the Denver Nuggets. I still think, Sam, come and show me what you're about. I'm sending for you right now. I'm saying, come and show me what you're about. If you're really about it, play as the Knicks, play as the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let's see if you're really the champion out here, because these 2 games have been so easy. There's 25 seconds left. It's almost a 50-point lead. It's over. It's been over and done with from the second quarter. The challenge has been set in the chat. The challenge has been set for James Harden to get a 50-point triple-double. Sam saying if Geordie played, he would have used the Cavs. I don't know how that one would have ended for you, bro. I'm going to be real with you, Sam. As much as I think you're great, Geordie's also great. And I don't know about playing as the Cleveland Cavaliers. We're going to do Colin Sexton and Darius Garland get buckets. If that's what you're trying to do, that's what you're trying to do. But I want to see you keep this confidence for the final then. Maybe pick someone different. Let's go. Let's go. And that's in the books, 104-56. A big shout out to both players. You know, shout out to Mankai Overhand, because it really took a lot of confidence to come here and play as a team. The Washington Wizards, who have guys like Mo Wagner on their team, you know, against the Milwaukee Bucks, who finished as the best regular season team in the league last year. So shout out to Overhand for the confidence. Well played. You will be going home with a headset for coming third or fourth in this tournament. But we are going to go to an ad break right now, and then we are going to be back very soon with the final of the Yop Esports Championship.
Yop, a snack you can drink. Supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.
Good evening, people. I am not Rambo. You may have astutely noticed. I'm Ollie. I'm the founder CEO of London United. And welcome back to the Yop Esports. We hope to have Rambo back later on. What he didn't tell you earlier is that he's been fighting a little bit of a sickness bug. So hopefully he'll be. But I'm just here to introduce our next video, which is from Andy Mia from Salford University, who actually led the public speaking Yop Esports Champ workshop. That was supported not only by Rambo and FaceTime's Clan, but also James Dean from ESL. And it was a great opportunity for the participants to learn some academic-led skills, to give them some confidence to go away and produce some content. And we'll see Zandri from Conisbrough College video shortly. But first of all, we're going to play a short VT from Andy Mia at Salford Uni.
Currently, it's probably the fastest growing creative industry in the world. It's already financially bigger than the film industry, and yet many people still don't understand what it involves.
It is huge. If you look at numbers in terms of like the NFL in America, League of Legends has actually got bigger numbers just because it's so accessible worldwide. Once League of Legends booked out Madison Square Garden, that's when you knew it was big. Same as Taylor Swift, same as all of the big rock stars.
So I think we have the partnerships, we have the students, we have the technology, and we have the environment. And all those things, I think, make it a really compelling proposition for people to come here and either figure out what esport is, but realise that esport isn't just about playing computer games. It's about recognising how the entire media industries are changing around this platform. That's the esports industry, and it's booming right now.
Brilliant stuff. Andy is an awesome guy. He's involved with the British Esports Association. He's involved with the International Esports Federation. And I know that the participants got a huge amount of value out of being able to listen to him. Now, I mentioned earlier that we're going to see a video from one of the participants. When we went to the Mayor's office to pitch this project around fusing education with esports, we really wanted to try and help youngsters develop skills that can be used in esports, but are also transferable. And Conisbrough College in Lewisham really embraced each of the workshops actually that we carried out. And I'm going to give you a heads up that this video isn't a professional video. This has been done by one of the students, Zandre. It's an example of what he was able to accomplish thanks to attending our workshops. He's in year 8. You know, all the students are aged 12 to 13. They came to all of our workshops as part of their curriculum. And I thought this video was quite special and we really wanted to share it with you. So let's see the VT.
My name is Andre and I like to write poetry. And I like games like Mafia 3 Definitive Edition because it really shows the history of this in 1968, the civil rights movement, and I really find that interesting. I think we need more type of games like that to really show history, to bring that more in the gaming community. This is some gameplay where I have to kill these racist cult members. Well, they're basically like the KKK, where they're taking and terrorizing black people in this place called Frisco Fields, which I need to take over. And this is really hard. Not hard, but, you know, it kind of feels a touched subject for a person like me. Okay. The character I'm playing as is called Lincoln Clay. His mother is Dominican, his father's Italian, and he was grew up in an orphanage, but never took care of him because they never took care of black people around. Yeah, they weren't treating black people very well. And funny thing, there's conspiracy that his father was one of, you know how like in video games there's a best friend? The best friend of the main character in the second thing, Vito, who's also in this game, is his father. So yeah, Lincoln Clay gets inducted into his crime family, just doing errands for a while until he decides to join the Vietnam War. He did some service, moved up to the special ranks, all that stuff. So he comes out and turns out a crime family who he knew, another crime family who partnered, owed him some money. And they're in big trouble, so they planned the heist. And so turns out the other crime leader, Salman Khan, and his son Georgie were plotting to. Georgie shot Lincoln with a deflect his skull.
You get shot.
And then Sammy shot, Salman Khan, who's the leader of the organization, shot his whole family and his friends. But the place on the ground. And Lincoln survived. And now he's pursuing. This is just a quick scene.
He wore the finest suits, drove the best car. About all of this.
Hey. Where's DeGarmo?
Come. They have me out in a building, down by the water.
Awesome. I hope you enjoyed that. A little bit different. Ahead of the final NBA 2K game, we're going to have a quick chat with Mo. And one of the questions I want to ask Mo before he does his casting magic is The Last Dance on Netflix was fantastic. Even my wife watched it and she's not an NBA fan. And I wondered, in your opinion, what that has done to open up the NBA to a new demographic, Mo.
Well, Ollie, you're absolutely right with what you said about your wife. I like my dad watched it, my sisters watched it, pretty much everyone I know watched it. For me, The Last Dance saved the first lockdown because I was getting so bored with not being able to leave the house, and then suddenly they announced that The Last Dance is coming out, and all of a sudden now we got something to watch. And what it really has done is it's brought the NBA to kind of the mainstream here in the UK. So everyone always wonders why I was so fascinated and obsessed with the NBA, and now you're starting to see some of the magic, some of the dedication, some of the hard work that goes into, the greatness that he's achieved. And, when we talk about Michael Jordan being the greatest player of all time, watching that documentary shows he wasn't the greatest player by accident. He showed that, if you really dedicate yourself to something and you train relentlessly for it and you just have tunnel vision towards your goal, you can achieve it. And I feel like that's something we can take on into like every aspect of our lives. Like, the young man who just made that excellent video, if he was to watch The Last Dance, he can get some level of inspiration to, really hone his craft and focus on what he wants to do. And I feel like it applies to every aspect of life.
I think there's so many amazing stories that came out of that. I mean, even how Nike got involved. Just if we backtrack a little bit, like the NBA has got global presence. I know the guys in the UK, obviously, they've got an office in Africa. We know what they're doing in China. And, I've been fortunate enough to go to the global games in London the last few years. They've now lost that. And I wondered what you think that's going to do for the UK scene. Do you think that they've actually felt there's enough legacy now in the UK that the scene is growing that they should go to other territories, or it's going to be detrimental?
Obviously it was great having the global games here in London. It was fantastic every year. The tickets sold out in like under 30 seconds. The arena was packed out full of fans. And the thing is now, obviously, in the current world that we live in, no one's playing any international games anywhere. And last year we had earlier this year, we had the one in Paris. And I think Paris was supposed to be happening again, but obviously that can't happen right now. I just feel like, I feel like this, if it had been in Paris or Rome or Berlin or whatever it is, I feel like they're just trying to give some variety to all of the fans across Europe. As much as we love having it here in the UK, you've got to remember that there is an entire continent of NBA fans, and it's only fair that everyone kind of gets to go at having the NBA come into play in their capital city. So I feel like a few seasons in Paris, and I've got absolutely no idea where the NBA is going to go next, whether they come back to London, whether they stay in Paris, or whether they go to like Istanbul or Rome or wherever it is. I just feel like it's all about spreading the game to as many fans as humanly possible. And the beauty of having it in London, I feel like London is one of the most multicultural cities in the world. It's really like a melting pot of culture. So I feel like it's great having it in London, but I'm happy for my friends in France when they found out that they were having an NBA game there. The way you should have seen how happy those guys were. So I just feel like the NBA is so accessible through NBA League Pass, Sky Sports, the NBA app, and Instagram. It's all over that. You're not going to not see the NBA. Do you know what I mean? And then all you got to do is continue showing support, and hopefully we get more over here in the future.
I think that's absolutely right. I was sad I got invited and couldn't get out to Paris in January. But I have to say that from a fan engagement point of view, attending an NBA game is like no other event. I always say it's one of my favorite events to attend because they do fan engagement so well. But I just want to backtrack slightly to like the purpose of why London United has put on these Yop Esports champs and the digital skills workshops. That it's a shame you weren't able to do the public speaking workshop because you had a conflict. And I just thought it might be interesting, whilst we're waiting for the finalists, just to explain a little bit about how you have got to where you are. You're a fabulous caster. You're clearly very confident, not just with your topic, just the way you express yourself. And would love for you to share with the viewers how you got into it and any tips that you might want to share.
First of all, I really appreciate the kind words, Ollie. I'm going to have to give you the answer as we commentate this game because we are ready for the final between Kyler and Sam the Ruler. Sam was not living up to my challenge where I challenged him to play as someone other than the Bucks. He's gone with the Milwaukee Bucks, and Kyler is once again playing as the Lakers. But, just back to answering your question, Ollie, I feel like my confidence comes from, I was saying to Rambo, I don't really prepare. That's because I'm always in a constant state of preparation. I spend my life, I talk about basketball and I spend literally almost every waking moment of my life researching, reading, watching, listening to anything I possibly can about the NBA and basketball. And I feel like, when I come to talking on commentary about the NBA or whether it's esports, because I've spent 26 years preparing, I've been preparing for this my whole life. It just comes naturally to me. And so my advice would be, whatever you want to do and whatever you want to talk about, you really just have to dedicate yourself to it. I was mentioning Michael Jordan in The Last Dance, and he dedicated his whole playing career to training, getting better. When he was losing to the Detroit Pistons every year, he got in the weight room. He started the Jordan Breakfast Club where him and his teammates would get up early every morning to go and train and get extra hours in. As this NBA final gets underway between the Bucks and the Lakers, the Bucks winning the tip-off. Giannis with the ball in his hands. He comes down the lane and throws down a reverse dunk. I feel like it's going to be a dunk-off between Giannis and LeBron as an early timeout is being called from the Lakers who need to make some changes. But yeah, like I said to Rambo, it sounds cheesy, it sounds corny, but if you stay ready, you don't need to get ready. I'm always ready because I live this. So whether you want to be talking about FIFA, whether you want to talk about, I don't know, whether it's like cooking, if you love baking and you want to commentate the Great British Bake Off, whatever you want to do, if you can make sure that you're prepared enough every day and you're dedicated to knowing everything there is to know, then when you do have to go and commentate, when you do have to go and speak publicly, you will be confident. You can't learn confidence. The only way that you can gain confidence is by being prepared. You know, the whole saying about prepare to fail and failing to prepare is true. All of these cliches, they're cliches for a reason. In my eyes, you know, if you dedicate yourself to something enough and then you just practice, because I wasn't always great at talking, I had the knowledge, and then I used to sit in my room making YouTube videos, but I must have made over 1,000 YouTube videos that I never released because I was literally just practicing the art of talking into a camera. Because it is kind of mad to be on your own in a room talking into a camera. It's kind of different to, you know, speaking in public. So that side of presenting, I just practice reps after reps. I take it from when I used to play basketball. If I wanted to improve, add a certain move to my game, you know, if I wanted to step up my fadeaway or if I wanted to work on my jump hook, I would go to the gym and I would practice that move over and over again as Anthony Davis goes baseline and throws down a dunk. I'll practice that move over and over again. If I'm adding a new move to my repertoire, I have to make it 1,000 times. Not take it 1,000. I'd have to make 1,000 of them before I even attempted it in a game. That's my rule. So I take that same philosophy from when I played basketball to my life now as a presenter, as a commentator, as a personality. And, you know, I really put the reps in. And I feel like if you put in that much work, you will be confident in whatever you're trying to do, in whatever path, whether it's playing the game, commentating the game, you know, editing videos. It's all about reps. I think if you take the athlete's mentality of putting in reps, you can't go wrong. You've got nothing to absolutely lose in that position, because, you know, it's coming like I'm doing a TED talk right now, but I just want you guys, the young people, especially who are watching this right now, if you're going to take something away, just put the reps in, put the hours in, as LeBron James throws down another beautiful slam dunk. LeBron James is another example. LeBron James, what you guys, if you're new to the NBA or you're just finding out about the NBA right now, right? LeBron James, you see him as a complete player. He can pass, he can shoot, he can drive to the bucket. If we go back to when LeBron James first came into the league, or if we go back to the 2007 NBA Finals, where LeBron James led the Cleveland Cavaliers to the finals against the San Antonio Spurs, a lot of people blame that loss on the Cavs having a weak team around LeBron and LeBron carrying them there. Yeah. Here's the truth about that. The reason they lost that finals was because San Antonio and Greg Popovich figured out LeBron. They said, if we go under on every screen and force him to shoot, we will win, because he doesn't shoot a high percentage from downtown. And LeBron James, whether or not you're a fan of LeBron and you're saying it was his team that let him down, LeBron James recognized that, and he went away that summer, and the one thing he worked on for the whole summer was his three-point shot. And then LeBron came back, dominated the league, MVP. Then he moved to Miami, gets to the finals again, this time faces the Dallas Mavericks, right? Gets to the finals against Dallas Mavericks, and the Dallas Mavericks, Rick Carlisle, another amazing NBA coach, he employed a completely and utterly locked down LeBron James. I think that's the worst series I've ever seen LeBron James, as Giannis comes up with a steal, I've ever seen LeBron James play in his life. But what did he do? That summer, he went away, he worked with Hakeem Olajuwon, one of the greatest post-up players ever. He worked on his post-up game because he knew that if he learned to get good on the post-up and he could make plays from there, it would open up that zone. It would really break that zone defense if another team wanted to use it against him. And he went away, he did that, and he came back even stronger. So now he's going into the 18th year in the league. He's here because every year he goes away and he looks at, what could I have done better? What skill can I improve? What can I add to my game? And I feel like if you take that mentality and apply it to your life, whether you work at ASDA or whether you work in the NBA or whatever it is, you just constantly want to improve every day. LeBron, if you go on his Instagram, all his hashtags strive for greatness. If every day you're striving for greatness, as we see a beautiful post spin by LeBron as he throws it down, I think Kyler must be able to hear me when I was talking about LeBron's post-up game. If you really strive for greatness every day, as cheesy as it sounds, you will get there. I promise you that much. As Giannis comes away down the court, beating two players, gets the ball out to Brook Lopez, who can't hit the mid-range jump shot. The rebound's pulled down by Marc Gasol. And yeah, that's my philosophy on life. Put the reps in, strive for greatness every day, and greatness coming soon. Word to Skepta. Giannis coming down. You've got LeBron James on him. Some fantastic defense from the wing. Outlets the ball to Marc Gasol. He's a little bit slow in transition. He gets it to KCP on the wing. One dribble, thinks about the shot, feeds it back inside to Gasol, back to KCP. He pump fakes, puts the ball on the floor. Uses the screen. One other piece of advice I would give you, if you are going to plan to commentate NBA 2K all by yourself, 3 games in one stream, make sure you have a drink close by, because your mouth does get very dry from talking non-stop. So if you hear me take a pause for a second, just know I'm not gone anywhere. I'm still here. I'm just catching my breath because I'm talking to you guys non-stop. Anyway, it's a close one so far. This is the closest game that Sam's been in. He takes a 4-point lead here with 1 minute to go in the first. Who do you guys think is going to take the W? Let us know in the Twitch chat box right now and make sure that you're staying glued to that Twitch chat box as Chris Middleton commits the foul on LeBron James as he gets the and one. Make sure you're keeping glued to that Twitch chat box because there is the chance to win a PlayStation 5. Thank you to our friends at Yop and Asda who are giving away a PlayStation 5 in the competition. So make sure you're there. The link is in there. Make sure you're getting involved. Make sure you're getting active. Follow London United. Tweet London United. Win yourself a copy of 2K. I'm loving the chat from Geordie in the chat right now. It's a 1-point game. Sam hasn't been in this position in this competition before. Is he going to know how to react to the adversity of having a close game after the first quarter? Shout out to the NDL who are inside the chat as well. And Giannis is on fire right now. He takes that beautiful spin move and lays the ball in with the left hand. And there's 36 seconds to play. The Lakers can go 2 for 1 here and try and cut into this lead. If they make a shot, if you want to know what I mean when I say 2 for 1, when there's about 30 seconds, 35 seconds left, you want to make a shot before the clock gets down to 24. Because when the clock gets down to 24 seconds, the shot clock will then turn off on the next possession. So now the Lakers are going to be in a position, the Bucks are going to be in a position to hold the ball for the last shot. Whereas if you had a shot before the 24 seconds, they would have only had 24 seconds of their own, and then you get a little bit of extra time for an extra possession. So that's 2 for 1. 2 possessions for 1 possession for the opponent. If that makes sense to you guys, if it doesn't, tweet at me and I'll explain it to you better. As Giannis Antetokounmpo comes down the court and he gets the bucket to go, it's a 5-point lead. The Lakers going to get the last shot here. AD in transition. These two guys, it's such a great matchup watching AD and Giannis go head-to-head. 2 guys that were both in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. 2 guys that will both be in the running for MVP this year, going head-to-head. After the first quarter of play, though, the Milwaukee Bucks have taken a lead, 18 points to 13. And we're here for the second quarter of action. Some plays are being called here. Some plays are being called here right now. The defense is swarming in on LeBron James. He's hoping to shrink that defense and get the ball out to some shooters as Anthony Davis cutting baseline is found for the easy finish. Now look at the Lakers going with a little bit of a full court action here. AD's picking up AD's picking up Giannis, sorry. But he managed to stay with him. Giannis with the Euro step. He gets inside. He finishes. Because the game is too easy. When you're the Greek Freak and you're 7'2" or whatever he is, I don't trust what they say he is. I've met the Greek Freak and I'm telling you he's 7 foot tall. When you're that tall and also that quick and that strong, it's just easy. Like we think LeBron James is a beast, but Giannis is even taller than LeBron. LeBron, can he get the chase down block that he's so famous for? He can't. Giannis flushes it with 2 hands. And this is the second quarter where Sam the Ruler really comes out to play because this is the quarter in both of the games so far. LeBron James throws down a huge dunk. This is the second quarter is where Sam likes to make his run and put the game out of reach and really demoralize his opponent. So if Kyler can stay within single digits of Sam, I think that's a victory in this quarter and we'll move on to the second half. And we're seeing LeBron James shoot that mid-range. AD's under the bucket, but he can't grab the board. It's grabbed instead by Giannis Antetokounmpo. The lead is at 5. Giannis finds the cutting DiVincenzo, who gets the ball out to Middleton in the corner, who sinks the triple. Chris Middleton really, really been efficient throughout today's games. LeBron James, he's looking for a little pass and screen away action here, but instead he opts to simply cut back towards the direction of the ball. Sometimes these player moves confuse me because this would never happen in real life basketball when you account for the spacing, especially with a LeBron James led team. He gets inside, gets 2 players to bar on the pump fake, finds his teammate AD. The lead is now 6 points. Who do you guys think is going to win? Because I feel like this could be close. This could be close. Although the Bucks are getting some easy buckets here, they're not doing a great job of stopping the Lakers offense. And that's really been Sam's calling card throughout the first 2 games, has been from forcing the opposition to commit turnovers and getting into the passing lanes and creating those steals. Whereas we haven't seen too much defense right now, right here. And this is showing you why it's the finals. I'll say that he comes up with a steal. He must be able to hear me because he comes up with a steal, goes down the court and scores the and one with Drew Holiday. While we're here, while we're watching this beautiful 2K action, let us know, we quite this earlier, let us know if you, London United, should put together a 2K team, hold some tryouts. Would you guys want to get involved? Send a DM over to London United on Twitter. Welsh Geordie, I see you saying that you want to be playing. It's your time to shine. We can get involved. We can get active with this London United team and maybe create a store, make a little buzz for the UK, because we've got talent. We've got talent. We just need to put it on for the world to see. I'll come in. I'll coach you guys. I'll manage you guys, or however you want to call it, whatever I do. You know what I'm saying? We'll get it cooking, because I feel like that'll be a really fun project to do. LeBron James rips through. He's in the paint. He finds AD on the three-point line. AD can't get the shot to go. Drew Holiday pulls down the board over LeBron James. He comes away in transition. He finds a cutting Giannis at the hoop. He lays the ball in for the easy deuce. The lead has now been extended to 13 points. I told you the second quarter is where you got to be careful. This is where Sam likes to make his run, and that looks like what he's doing right now is making that run. The lead's up to 13. He's trying to cut off the driving lanes right here. He's doing a great job playing the angles as AD gets inside. But AD is fouled by Chris Middleton. That was a good foul because it was not in his shooting motion, and they had a foul to give, so the Lakers will inbound from the sideline. LeBron James gets the screen from Marc Gasol, a little bit of pick and roll action, but instead he finds AD on the wing for three. AD misses. That's I think that's the third miss in a row from behind the arc for Anthony Davis as Giannis comes down the lane and throws down the transition dunk. 15-point lead now for Milwaukee. I think with AD, you don't want to use him as a spot shooter. You want to get inside with him. You want to really create those mismatches if you're not going to just post him up. You want to create those mismatches. If you do want to shoot, you've got options. You've got KCP, you've got Marc Gasol. Personally, if I'm playing against the Lakers, I'm not running with Dennis Schroeder on the court. I'd rather have Dennis Schroeder on the bench, and I'll have LeBron as my one man. Have a little bit more open shooters for me as Giannis takeover badge is activated. He's here, and I think this is where we're going to see a really strong run. As LeBron James comes down the lane, he is throwing down dunks like there's no tomorrow. This is really make or break. He's got 8 points in the quarter, 17 overall tonight. Giannis finds DiVincenzo on the wing. He drains the three. You're going bucket for bucket right now. We're going bucket for bucket. Shout out to my guy Joel, who's loving the commentary. I appreciate you. He says you don't even play NBA. Well, my brother, if you do want to play NBA, make sure you tweet London United. Let them know what console you're rocking with, and you could win yourself a copy of NBA so you can get cracking. And you never know, I might come and commentate one of your games. Just want to remind you guys what these guys are playing for. What's on the line? The winner of this game is going to get the Noble Chair Hero Black Edition and the HyperX Stinger headset and NBA 2K21 Mamba Forever Edition and London merchandise. Boy, the prize pot is there. It's up for the taking. So, let's see if they kind of can make a comeback here in the second half, because Sam, like predicted, has built up a big lead with just 6 seconds left to go in this first half of action. The Milwaukee Bucks are doing absolute work. They lead 41 points to 27, if that counted. 27. That counted just before the buzzer. Just if you didn't know about the NBA, a buzzer beater, the ball has to leave your hands before the clock hits 0. It could still be in the air. So it doesn't matter if it enters the basket after the clock has expired. It just has to have left your hands. And that's what you saw there at the end. Also, check out the chat right now. Win yourself a PlayStation 5 with Yop. Shout out to Yop. I don't know if any of you guys remember the Yop advert from back in the day. Am I going to sing it for you guys? Is that really what we're doing while we wait for these guys to make their tactical substitutions at halftime? Nah, you're not going to get that yet. You're not going to get that yet. You might be lucky and catch that at the end of the stream. But any of my 90s babies remember the Yop advert that was on TV when we were growing up, the song that they used to have. Absolute banger. But we're back with the action in the third quarter of play. There is 10 minutes left in the game, 5 minutes per quarter. In real life, if you've never seen an NBA game before, NBA games have 12-minute quarters. We've cut them down to 5 to keep the games fast flowing and high pace. And also, if we let them play 12-minute quarters, I feel like Sam might put up 400 points, which would be scary, as he brings the ball down the court with Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is blocked. LeBron and AD once again teaming up on the defensive side of things. The Lakers come away quick in transition. KCP gets the lay-in to go. Yes, I know you guys in the chat know the advert I'm talking about. You know exactly the one I'm talking about right now. Yes, that's the advert. And here come the Bucks. Chris Middleton goes baseline. He feeds it to Drew Holiday, who's in the corner. He passes the ball perfectly into his shot pocket, and he hits the triple. LeBron James, again, with another dunk. My man, LeBron James coming up. This is one of the things in my life, right? So I was born in, 94? And, I really got into the NBA when I was 10, 11, 12 maybe. So like LeBron James came into the league in 2003. So all I've known my entire adult life is Giannis comes with a huge block. The defensive player of the year showing why he's exactly that. Drew Holiday pulls up for the transition three. That one doesn't fall, rebound, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is LeBron James just doing crazy dunks has just been one of the most consistent parts of my life for the last 18 years. When you think about how crazy that really is, 80. There's some people who were born after LeBron entered the league and he's still playing right now and they're 18 years old, which is absolutely nuts. The longevity of this man, the king, I guess it's a worthy nickname now because, you know, kings don't really give up their throne to anyone. And you see why, because he blows by the defender, throws down another powerful jam. He's cut the lead down to just single digits here. It looks like another turnover. Sam's taking his foot off the gas. Could he be in trouble here as the Lakers mount their comeback? Marc Gasol's rolling to the bucket. He's wide open. He gets the feed, and there's the dunk. The Spanish legend, Marc Gasol, whose brother, of course, Pau Gasol, won 2 championships with the LA Lakers, of course, alongside the legendary Kobe Bryant, may he rest in peace, back in 2009 and 2010. Those were some memorable final series. The Lakers still haven't hit a 3-point field goal, and they're only down 10. So, you know, if they can start making some shots from behind the arc, then this game can get very interesting, but they do miss the layup, and the Bucks come away in transition. Giannis had teammates open. He slowed it down for himself. He slowed it down. He's seen a mismatch. A little dribble handoff action. He sees the mismatch. KCP guarding him. That's no match for the Greek Freak, who gets to the bucket, and he has to be fouled. Otherwise, he's just going to jam that down. There's the first. Just a quick reminder, make sure you're following London United on Twitter and Instagram. Tweet them. Let them know what console you're rocking with. You might win a copy of NBA 2K21. Keep an eye on the chat. You can win a PS5. Keep going with the quizzes. Stream Buff, I believe it's called, or whatever it is. If you're watching on the homepage, make sure you click through to the London United stream because quizzes are going to be popping up. And whoever has the most answers correct is going to win a prize as well. As the ball is fumbled by the Lakers, you know, Sam saw that little run coming from LeBron James and co, and he said, no, I've got to get back in my bag. As Drew Holiday goes down the lane, Giannis from the corner, he can't hit. That's not his shot. That is not his shot. He gets the ball back out to his teammate, though. DiVincenzo blows by. Giannis thinks about another shot, and there's a defensive 3 seconds violation from the Lakers. I believe it's called Sport Buff, the overlay, to get involved with the quizzes. Thank you to the production team about that. Get involved with those that will be popping up. And we're going to see if there's going to be a close finish for this one. Is there going to be a... Giannis throws down a dunk and extends the lead. That lead keeps going, and he gets the steal as well. The defensive player of the year is really flexing with the spin, with the shot, with the bucket. With the big bucket. That's what Giannis does. That's what he's all about. That's why he's won the MVP award 2 times in a row at just the age of 26. Giannis. What a true story of, you know, when we talk about basketball changing lives, Giannis Antetokounmpo, if you guys don't know about the NBA, some of you guys in the chat said you don't know about the NBA. Let me tell you a little quick story. Giannis Antetokounmpo is the son of Nigerian immigrants who moved to Greece. And their family had 4 sons, 2 parents, 4 sons, 6 people lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. And the kids went to school and they would be, you know, selling stuff on the streets like sunglasses and stuff just to make some money to get by. And they really came from zero to hero in terms of Giannis's story. Because if you look at where he's coming from, I've been to his neighborhood in Athens where he grew up. I've been and played on the courts where he learned to play basketball growing up, which is beautiful because now he's come back to his old hood and renovated it. And, you know, he's made it nice for the kids that are growing up there. They can play at any time. I was, you know, coaching some of the Greek kids that were out there. And, you know, he's really come back as a true hero. He's one of the most kind-hearted NBA players or even celebrities I've ever met in my life. Giannis is just all-round good vibes. He's not one of those guys that is nice for the camera and all of that. He's genuinely a clean-hearted soul. So, you know, from his journey from playing in the 3rd division of Greece, I think the coach of the team that wanted him to play for them told Giannis's parents, you know, like they literally begged Giannis's parents to let him come and play for them. There's a cafe owner actually who just owns a coffee shop next to the court in Athens I was talking about, and he told me a story of how Giannis and his brothers used to come in and he would make them a sandwich to eat because they needed some more energy to go out and play basketball. And his brothers, they'd be sharing one pair of sneakers between them. Now Giannis is in a position where he's got his own signature sneaker line with Nike, the Greek Freaks. Greek Freak 2s have just dropped. They're actually beautiful. So I couldn't be more happy for anyone in the world. Like the success that he's having as he throws down another slam is absolutely beautiful to see. It's the true story of how basketball can really, really change your life. And he's got his brother with him on the Milwaukee Bucks roster. His other brother plays for the Los Angeles Lakers, and his youngest brother, Alex, actually plays for a team out in the Spanish league as he hones his game and looks to improve before making a transition to the NBA. Giannis, once again, we keep talking about him. He's constantly there, just that brute force. As we come down to the end of the third quarter, there's 17 seconds remaining. The lead is at 18 points. It's going to go one of two ways. Either we're going to see a crazy comeback or we're going to see continued dominance from Sam the Ruler, who's not come to mess about. He's come with his game face now. He took his foot off the gas to start this quarter. But ever since then, ever since I mentioned it, he's been playing with force. LeBron James throws a contested three up at the buzzer. That doesn't go. The lead is still at 18 points as we head into the final period of play. Now, before we get to the fourth quarter, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. If you ain't following London United, Twitter, Instagram, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? How many times am I going to have to tell you? Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Tweet us, and you can win a copy of 2K. It's real simple. It's the easiest copy of 2K you're ever going to get in your life. And here we are with the fourth quarter of action. 5 minutes left on the clock. Can the Lakers mount a comeback? Anthony Davis, he doesn't want that smoke with Giannis at the rim. He's stepping to the side. He's saying, I don't want to be put on a poster. I don't want to be put on a poster. Tell me who's active in the chat right now. What's the best poster dunk you've seen in your life? For me, that title has to go to as LeBron James throws down a dunk. The best dunk I've seen in my life, was it 2000? Was it 98? Vince Carter against France. If you haven't seen that yet, just go on YouTube and search Vince Carter dunk France, and you will find what I'm talking about. He jumps over a man that was 7'2". Ain't no better dunker in the world, in the history of the world, than Vince Carter, ever. And I don't think there ever will be. You know, when he went and put his arm in the rim and his iconic dunk contest dunks and his in-game dunks, crazy. In terms of our generation, though, yo, we're talking about Blake Griffin. He's a great dunker. Right now, Ja Morant, he's not as big as some of these other guys, but Ja Morant puts guys on posters. I'm looking forward to seeing him play because I know Ja has been in the weight room as LeBron James throws down another. Ja Morant has really been in the weight room. Trust me when I tell you this, yeah, Ja Morant is much stronger. Coming back this season, he is much stronger than he was in his rookie year. And in his rookie year, he won Rookie of the Year. So I also want to see some Aaron Gordon, Derrick Jones Jr. Obviously, they battled it out for one of the toughest dunk contest results in history. And I still can't forgive Dwayne Wade for not giving that win to Aaron Gordon because he truly deserved that, bro. I was in the building, and I'm telling you, when he dunked over Taco Fall, who's the tallest player in the NBA, when Aaron Gordon dunks over Taco Fall, if you don't give that dunk a 10, you shouldn't be voting. You shouldn't be judging a dunk contest. I'm sorry. You shouldn't. Yeah, you're completely right. DeAndre Jordan on that lob from Chris Paul. DeAndre Jordan has had a bunch of posters. I'm interested to see if he gets any. Now he's a little bit older, but he's playing with Kyrie over in Brooklyn as Brook Lopez, who used to play for the Brooklyn Nets, who's really changed his career. Remember when Brook Lopez in like 2012 was on the Brooklyn Nets? He was a post-up big man, didn't really play any defense. Now he's a stretch five who can shoot from downtown, and he's an elite rim protector. Talk about evolution. Talk about growth. Talk about adding stuff to your game. What we need to see is Giannis had a jump shot to his game, because otherwise this would have been over in the first half. If Giannis could pull up from three, instead of having to Euro step and battle his way into the paint against AD, who I think is going to be the defensive player of the year this year, there's the offensive 3-second violation. That wouldn't happen if he had a jump shot, Giannis. I'm so sorry. But yeah, no, this season, I don't know who's going to have the best dunk. I know Obi Toppin, the rookie for the New York Knicks, as LeBron James throws on down. Obi Toppin for the New York Knicks is one to watch. He's coming like a young Amare Stoudemire. I'm telling you, he can throw it down with force, even in the preseason action. As Giannis takes the jump shot, misses the jump shot, Obi Toppin is definitely one to watch when it comes to this year's draft class. And how can we talk about dunks without talking about Zion Williamson, who is, what's the word to describe Zion? Because when he plays, he's the best player on the court by a mile, but he doesn't play that often. So I don't know what to think about him, but what I do know is when he's on transition and he throws down that windmill or the 360 or the through the legs, man, that's crazy. Zion coming out of high school, coming out of college, that's the most hype I ever seen from anyone since LeBron James in 2003. And the game is slowing down right here. Sam is on 69 points. This is going to be a nice victory for him. And the Lakers are on 54. They're asking me if Ovi from Love Island can make it into the NBA. First of all, I want to say it's not Ovi from Love Island. It's Ovi from the Sky Sports Heat Check, which is my show on Sky Sports that Ovi is also on. You can catch us every Tuesday or Wednesday on Sky Sports and on the Sky Sports YouTube channel, where we discuss the hottest topics in the NBA. Do I think he can make it in the NBA? He had some tryouts. Unfortunately, didn't get there, but he has a great career playing in Europe. He's an extremely talented basketball player. And if you haven't watched him play, he's currently playing in the French league, and he is doing. No, I don't need to apologize in the chat there. Yeah, he's currently playing in the French league, and he's had some great performances this season. He's thrown down some insane dunks this season. So go and check out some of his highlights because he's a really talented basketball player. But the NBA, to make it to the NBA, I think people don't realize you have, as a basketball player, a 0.0001% chance of actually making it to the NBA. These are the 300 best basketball players in the world. When you think of the millions and millions of people that play basketball, to make it to the NBA is a near impossible task. That's why it's such a blessing to see these guys succeeding. So there are so many talented players that have never played in the NBA. And in the EuroLeague, there are some guys that I believe, if they made the transition from Europe to the NBA, they would be great. But they just, some of these guys that are from European countries would rather stay at home, which I respect. There's a lot of Spanish players. Sergio Llull, if you've ever seen him play, watch his highlights on YouTube. He's one of the best point guards I've ever watched, but he's never played in the NBA because he prefers living in Spain as LeBron James gets 3 to go. The lead is down to 13, but there is under a minute to play. So this is looking like Sam the Ruler is your Yop Esports champion for NBA 2K21. He is going to be the recipient of the Noble Chair Hero Black Edition, the HyperX Stinger headset, and Mamba Edition of NBA 2K21, and of course, some beautiful London United merch. How do I think that the basketball could grow in Europe and the UK? It is growing. It is growing massively season after season. If we want it to grow, we just need to keep supporting young people who are into basketball and interested in playing basketball. That's why I got so much love for the team at London United, who are encouraging people to get involved with esports and helping them with media and public speaking. It's all about the youth. I'm all about growing the next generation of ballers, of commentators, of everything. And we just got to keep supporting it, keep educating each other, keep growing this community, because that's the beautiful thing about basketball. It's a community. So everyone, I've got so many friends that I've met, and the first time we've met, they've just come up to me and started talking about basketball. Now we're real good friends. That's the beautiful thing about the game. Things like 2K are great for growing the game in the UK. And, I just feel like basketball in the UK will explode when we one day have a kid from the UK in the NBA that you can play with, like they're playing with Giannis and LeBron. When we have a kid from the UK reaching these MVP levels, that's when it's going to go crazy. So we just need to support the youth and support what they're trying to do. And there's a 5-second inbound violation. Sam the Ruler is not letting up with 2.6 seconds left on the clock. In the NBA, you only have 5 seconds to inbounds the ball when it's out of bounds. Giannis gets the jump shot to go. He has 85 points on the board. He's still giving that full court press with denying the inbounds pass. Sam the Ruler is your Yop Esports champion for the NBA 2K21 portion of this stream. Congratulations to Sam. Fantastic. He's dominated the competition from the moment he stepped in. He swept through the first round. I think he put up over 100 points. Then you guys saw him sweep through the semi-final just now. And then he has just gone and closed this out with a clutch victory. Rambo, tell me what you're thinking.
Sam the Ruler, he's a bully. He's a bully. I thought we had something there. And no disrespect to the opposition, but Sam the Ruler is a proper player. Knows his tactics. To be fair, I've watched him 3 times now, I think. Maybe 4 now. Plays a similar sort of style every single game, but he's very, very hard to stop. Mo, how would you stop him?
Well, first of all, I'm a little bit disappointed he didn't take my challenge of playing with the Cleveland Cavaliers. So I think we're going to have to settle that one another time, because I'd love to see him play without Giannis on his team. How I would stop him, I would force him into taking jump shots with Giannis. I'd pack the paint, I'd run with the zone, really pack that painted area and say, if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to knock down jump shots, because a dunk is like a 90 to 100% chance of going in, whereas a jump shot with Giannis is about a 30% chance of going in. So I'll play the numbers game. I'm saying if you're going to beat me, you're going to shoot some jump shots.
All right. I'm just going to agree with what you just said, because it sounds like it's going to work. Because every time I have the rule, I'm like, I ain't got a chance against this guy. And my NBA is actually hanging around here, right? Oh, it's on the floor. I can't quite reach it, but it was given to me by London United. So if you want to get your hands on that, obviously tweet us. One more question for you before we let you go. What have you made of the Yop Esports NBA 2K champs?
I think it's been fantastic. There's nothing I love more than, helping young people explore their creative side. Because for me growing up, I was in school, but in school, none of the subjects really interested me. I really just wanted to play basketball all day, but I also had an interest in stuff like making websites and that. And, somewhere along the way, I've combined them to making YouTube channels and now becoming a TV presenter and a commentator, etc. So the fact that there are now things like this that exist that never existed when I was growing up, I can only think how much further along I'd be in my career if I had something like London United supporting me as I was growing up, and teachers always telling me that I don't concentrate enough in class and I talk too much. What they didn't realize is I'm just a creative person and I like to create in different ways rather than sit there and learn about Pythagoras. So, I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm loving the workshops that you guys did. I'm loving, seeing everyone get involved with esports, because it truly is a career now. I'll tell my little brother all the time, look, if you really want to, you can make a career out of video games, which is crazy. My parents don't understand it, but I'm trying to bridge the gap between the generations and say, look, this is here and this is here to stay, and it's only going to grow and get bigger and bigger. So to see you guys helping inner city kids coming out of London boroughs, there's nothing that makes my heart happier than that. So I want to say a big shout out to Ollie, to Rambo, and to the whole team behind the scenes at London United.
Yeah, man, love that. You can't mistaken. Well, yeah, you basically can't mistake me for you, because we look completely different. We're two completely different people, but we have one thing that is definitely in common, and it's everything you just said there. So thank you so much, Mo, for everything. You've been absolutely class, man, as I've said so many times, and I'll continue to say it. Absolutely love hearing your voice. Thank you, bro.
Appreciate Ollie, you guys having me on.
I'm hopeful you are ready to hop in for Mo. Mo, have a great evening. Enjoy your Yop.
So much to Mo. I would just add that he is an inspiration to so many people, and I think we've all been privileged to be graced with him for 3 times in a week, quite honestly.
Yeah, he's absolutely class. I'm just going to say it right here. If Mo's still watching, every time Mo's on, I get this message from Ollie. Mo is a beast. Is that what you said to me earlier? Yeah, Mo is a beast. And he truly is. Ollie, what have you made of the tournament? Not only 2K, but we've also had FIFA as well.
I think it's been fantastic. I think, firstly, we have gone out to a new community. We've been recognised for running FIFA tournaments for the last year or so. We did one around loneliness and mental health with CALM, Charity for Male Suicide Prevention, and our winner Dennis played actually against Tex from Fnatic. So great opportunity on that path to pro. We hadn't really done anything in 2K. I'm a big fan of basketball. As I said earlier, through previous relationships, know the NBA quite well, go to the matches, and just felt that when we started to speak to the young participants in the various outreach groups in Lewisham and Hackney, it became quite obvious that 2K was the title of choice for the esports champs. And we've seen some great talent. Yes, I think the outreach partners have struggled a little bit more than anticipated to get to young people during COVID. But really thankful to Sam and others for getting involved in the 2K tournament and actually putting on a really good show. And I think that's testament to the amount of people that watched this over the last week or so.
Yeah, it's been absolutely class, not only from a perspective of the talent we've had on show, not only from everybody watching, but also all the brands and sponsors getting involved and partnering with us for something like this. What I wanted to ask you is something I've asked everybody else, but I've actually not asked you. Where do you think esports is going from where we are now?
So I did quite a few panels on esports, because I came into esports from a traditional sports background, so I'm not going to bore the viewers. But I don't think we're in a bubble. That's for sure. I mean, gaming and esports has only become more prevalent and prominent during this pandemic, and it's only going one way. you've seen all the businesses and the business models pivot. We used to do physical events. We've gone to online. We'll probably go into a hybrid model, I suspect. You've seen people like Blast, who supports one of our workshops, and ESL and others go into digital, but they'll try and do physical again next year. I think it's now recognized that you can make a career out of this industry. As I said at the start of the show, there's no stigma attached to gaming anymore. And I think we're in a $1 billion industry plus, in the next few years. But you've got to remember that gaming and esports are quite intertwined, and we can't ignore the gaming stuff. And that's what we're trying to do as well.
Yeah, I think the growth of esports as a whole has been insane. Gaming has been insane, and we've only sort of like tiptoed for now. We haven't even fully gone in, partially because obviously COVID and everything that's happened. Final question before we wrap up is, where are we going next? Where are London United going next?
So firstly, I've got to thank all the partners that got in and supported the Yop Esports channel.
Don't worry.
My point is, predominantly the Mayor of London, when we went and spoke with the Mayor's office, they actually had the foresight and the vision to recognise that this could be a force for good. And we normally said we could use our platform to tackle youth unemployment. So I'm not actually thanking the partners at the point. My point is that one of the key stakeholders is the Mayor's office, because then that credibility lets you go into all the boroughs of London and the outreach partners and link up with the Rio Foundation and the Young Mayor's Office of Lewisham and the Wickers Charity in Hackney. So next year, we want to make this a full London Interboroughs Championship. We sort of dipped our toes in. We've got some learnings from just working with 4 boroughs. We did open it up eventually because of the challenges of COVID, as I mentioned earlier. But we want to go much wider. And then, don't want to give away too much secret sauce, but there's a national competition that we're looking at as well.
Awesome. I want to just confirm to anyone watching and listening right now, I don't know the secret sauce either just yet. He's holding it close to his chest. But Ollie, thank you so much for involving me as a whole, not just for these 3 events, but with London United. Thank you to absolutely every single person who's been involved. The guys in my ears, Tom, who's very happy to let me have a coffee fit live on screen, especially you, my friend, Shauna, John, Adam, Mo, absolutely everyone, all the guests we've had on as well, and all the people that are involved in the workshops, and of course all the partners as well, and the prize providers as well, HyperX, Overclockers, Nacon, NBA2K, and of course also to the Mayor of London, Twitch, and Yop, and there's still probably many more thanks to come as well. But I'm sure if you follow us on socials, you'll see everything and some highlights as well as we go along in the next few days. But for me and from London United for now, it's goodbye. But there's a workshop sizzle that you should definitely watch. And of course, if you want to get in touch with us, just tweet us. And if you manage to get that PlayStation 5, drop me a message. Maybe we can split it 50-50. Don't know how that would work. But thank you very much. And I hope you all have a great evening.
Hello everyone, my name is Billy Abbott.
My name's Luke, I'm the media manager at Leyton Orient Football Club.
Hi guys, I'm Abby. I'm one of the social media producers and the presenter at Man City.
Great task, good to have you here. I'm going to ask you something straight off the bat, nice and easy. How do you feel about Arsenal's current form?
We're really going there. No hello, no nothing. Straight to Arsenal.
I'm messing. I
was ready to hit you with like a 7-paragraph answer there.
I want your project to look way better than anything I showcased to you today.
If you're passionate about something, it doesn't matter if you don't know what aspect. Just go and show someone that you want to get into this space.
Important that with online communities, you do ask for that feedback.
There are lots of people with big opinions that want to express them. So maybe run a talk show, create some kind of content, whether it's fun memes or more in-depth serious stuff. There is an audience for it.
The personality is really important for us, and having a personality behind it and speaking to them directly. Somebody is holding their phone and they feel like the club is directly talking to them, and I think that's something that you guys can easily try.
On that journey, don't be afraid to kick in doors, right? I get emails every single day from people that have zero background in esports or in the field that they want to work in.
Work that you're doing, that you can feel proud of, and make sure that you see all the possibilities.
Whatever you're doing, and I think the reason why this tip goes above everything is regardless of what sector you're in, consistency
healthy body, healthy mind, they say, and they are really important, especially here at London United. We know that's part of the values, and it's part of the values I stand for as well.
Yop, a snack you can drink. Supporting you to make a positive change. Yop, no limits.